Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Y'all Mean Revolution, and we have Kamala busted. Yes, Kamala is busted. But before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Let everybody know Cool Figure live. Let's get into it. She lied. She's busted lying, and it doesn't look good for the Indian VP.
All right, so let's recap. Yesterday, I can admit I was completely triggered. I was triggered by the manner in which the Guardian, or a Guardian reporter rather, treated Janet Jackson in a profile piece. It was very obvious they were trying to do the wacko jacko bit again, like they did with her brother. So to remind you, Janet Jackson brought up in her interview human trafficking, child trafficking, and the journalist then decided to heavily imply that Janet Jackson was just nuts, to pretend that we have a child trafficking issue in this country. And then when the reporter switched gears and asked her about supporting Kamala Harris as the first female Black president, you know, Hollywood's all got to get in line and support this woman or else, Janet Jackson simply said that she had heard that Kamala was not Black and that she was in fact Irish, and the media predictably went completely crazy. I mean, here are some of the headlines here. NBC, Janet Jackson tells interviewer she's heard Kamala Harris is not Black, echoing election disinformation. Oh, love that word. Newsweek, Janet Jackson's Kamala Harris remarks spark Black backlash. The Independent, she's not Black. Janet Jackson makes shocking comments about Kamala Harris's heritage. And of course, the New York Times, Janet Jackson repeats false claims about Kamala Harris's race. False claims. So to be clear, all Janet Jackson said was, quote, "That's what I heard, that she's Indian, that her father's white. That's what I was told. I mean, I haven't watched the news in a few days. I was told that they discovered that her father was white." Okay. That is all that she said that led to all of this craziness in the media trying to paint her like she was some sort of a psycho. And then her manager, a guy named Mo El Marzi, that I'm showing you a picture of here, he offered an apology on Janet Jackson's behalf to BuzzFeed. He said, quote, "Janet Jackson would like to clarify her recent comments. She recognizes that her statements regarding Vice President Kamala Harris's racial identity were based on misinformation. Janet respects Harris's dual heritage as both Black and Indian and apologizes for any confusion caused. She values the diversity that Harris represents and understands the importance of celebrating that in today's society. Janet remains committed to promoting unity and understanding," end quote. And guess what happened? Janet Jackson fired him immediately and said that he was not authorized to make that statement at all. And she was not apologizing because she was not sorry, and good for her. I'm glad she fired him. I am so tired of people being so fake, having to apologize for something that should not have yielded any response from the media. In fact, it should have been the opposite. They should have went ahead and investigated the claim that Kamala Harris is Black, gotten to the bottom of it fully. But instead, it was a media pylon. And then after being fired, Mo added to that pylon by referring to Janet Jackson as unbalanced. Like the person who just worked for her came out and was like, she's unbalanced. I mean, with friends like that, who needs enemies? Then came me. I don't know. I guess I really am the person that has been in these streets, Kamala, because I decided to simply look into her genealogy. Because why on earth is the world trying to convince me that this woman is suddenly Black? Like they just decided she was Black because she's running and because there is evidence, it is true, that her father grew up in Jamaica. Your race does not magically change because of where you grow up, okay? If I grow up in Sweden, I don't get to suddenly say I'm white, okay? And what I discovered was quite startling. Now, I'll ask you, when did you first get the idea that Kamala was Black? Well, you'll say, yeah, when she kind of started running with Joe Biden. And that claim really came from Kamala herself. When they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, they understood that. Kamala Harris published a book in 2019 called The Truth That We Hold. And presumably the book was filled with truth that she was holding. I had a look through it and I saw this picture of her and her grandmother, clearly a Black looking grandmother, on page 282 in the photograph section. It reads, as you can see, visiting my paternal grandmother Beryl in Jamaica. Also on that same page, there's another photo of her. Again, you can see it's black and white. I'm not quite sure why it is black and white, but it says, when I was 10 months old, I visited Spanish Town, Jamaica. This is me with my mother and my paternal grandfather, Oscar Joseph. And now this guy looks mixed. He looks Asian of some description, but you can see the idea here is that she's definitely trying to introduce, in a manner of photos, things that make her race look more complicated. So I just decided to investigate that, and immediately things got weird, very weird. First and foremost, because it was very easy for me to determine via just a light search online that Beryl, her alleged paternal grandmother that you just saw, died 4 years before Kamala was born in 1960. So last night we decided to continue our research to see if we could find birth certificates and marriage certificates and death certificates, which could further signify those points. And indeed it did. It also raised even more questions in genealogy. So let's go through those. Here is the birth certificate for her paternal grandmother. This is Kamala's paternal grandmother, Beryl. Okay, now you can see on this birth certificate that Beryl is spelled with an I. It's Beryl Magdalene. And you can see the reason why we know this is the correct Beryl is because the mother is listed as Iris Finnegan. Later on, we're going to show you in the book, she names Iris Finnegan as her great grandmother. So that would be Beryl's mother. So we have the right woman. Also, formerly, her maiden name is Allen. That is true. It also says here that she's born in October of 1917 in St. Anne. That's the St. Anne parish of Jamaica. And again, you can see it says that it is signed by Iris Finnegan. Very clearly, this is the woman that we are looking for. This is Kamala's grandmother, alleged grandmother, Beryl. It's also interesting, by the way, that it lists her great-grandmother as a seamstress because Donald Harris, Kamala's father, wrote in a 2020 piece called Reflections of a Jamaican Father, quote, Miss Iris, that again would be his grandmother, was the mother of 8 children, too, was the sweetest and gentlest person one could meet, but underneath it was a tough farming woman who ran the cane farm at Thatch Walk near Annan Town, jointly owned with her husband, Mr. Christie. Okay, that's weird. So you're telling me that she ran a farm because on that birth certificate, it says that actually Iris was a seamstress, but whatever. Let's just park that aside for a second and stick with Beryl, this woman who died before Kamala was born, okay? Because I was feeling pretty certain that not too many people were going to be named Beryl and be born in the St. Anne parish of Jamaica in 1917 to a mother named Iris Finnegan. I felt confident that we could find a little bit more data, and in fact, we did, okay? First, we stumbled across Beryl's marriage certificate, okay? So you can see that right here, and now the name spelling has changed. You have Beryl Finnegan spelled with a Y in the same way that Kamala spells it, and it lists their married date as 1944. Again, you can see the parish that is listed is St. Anne Parish. This is where every piece of Beryl's life seems to take place. It reads here that her calling is a barmaid. And something that jumped out at me was the fact that she's married to someone, as you can see, named Lawford Newland. Okay, so Beryl apparently was married more than once because Lawford Newland is not Donald Harris's father, but Beryl is his mother. Here, again, it says that she married a guy named Lawford Newland in 1944 when she was 25 years old, okay? It's important to note that that would have been 4 years after she gave birth to Donald Harris, Kamala's father. I find that to be very strange. Also, regarding Kamala's father, we cannot seem to locate, regarding Lawland Newland, the person that she married, we can't find him. Can't find him anywhere. We cannot find a birth certificate. We cannot find a death certificate. We can't find a news item or otherwise. I cannot find this alleged Lawford Newland that apparently her grandma got married to. We also can't find a wedding certificate for Beryl and Oscar Wilde Joseph Brown Harris. That is allegedly supposed to be Donald Harris's father. Okay, so Kamala's grandfather is Oscar Wilde Joseph Brown Harris. And we can't find a marriage certificate between the two of them. That's very strange. As speculated, we were able to confirm that Kamala's Black grandmother that she showed us in that picture died in 1960, before Kamala was born. I can show you right now her death certificate. Let's take a look at Beryl's death certificate, which confirms. As you can see there, it says that she died in July of 1960. It also tells us on the right-hand side, you guys will probably have to zoom in on this, but she died of a uterine infection, uterine fibroids due to a hysterectomy. It has her listed as 39 years. That's actually a couple of years off from 1917, so somebody may have gotten their math wrong here. But you once again see that it lists her birthplace as St. Anne. And so this is a huge scandal. Just an absolutely huge scandal. Kamala Harris published in her book that she was standing next to her grandma Beryl.
She photoshopped
Grandma Beryl
picture. That's crazy.
Died in 1960, 4 years before Kamala Harris was born. So who the hell is
photoshopped herself into a picture to show some Black ancestry? That's crazy.
Is the real Beryl? Who is that woman standing next to Kamala Harris? And do you know what I noticed about that woman standing next to her? She looks a lot like the woman that Kamala claims in her book is her great-grandmother, Iris. Now, that's Iris Finnegan. Here's the book with my great-grandmother, Iris Finnegan in Jamaica. Now, I'm going to give you the side-by-side of Iris and her alleged daughter, Beryl, who died at 39. Now, that woman on the right is not 39 years old. She's clearly much more advanced in her age. I mean, we know Black don't crack. I mean, that's just a scientific fact. So I would put that woman on the right-hand side, who she tried to pass off as Beryl, and I think is the exact same person. I would say that that woman looks to be about 65. And then it looks like she's more advanced on the left-hand side. The great-grandmother, that's the same person. When I just believe my own eyes, we're looking at the same person. What do you guys think when you look at those photos? How the hell does a person who is the vice president of the United States pass off a book, claim that these people that are in her book are her Black relatives, and nobody bats an eyelash or does even a peripheral search to recognize that the woman that she put forth is implausibly her grandmother? And by the way, I'm going to say this and people can be offended, but the first thing that I thought when I saw the photo of her sitting on her great-grandmother's lap was that this doesn't look like a grandparent affection going on here. Like, this woman looks like she could be working for the family. Quite literally, I thought to myself, this woman looks like she could be the help. And I thought that because there's a lack of affection there. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no, like, in both of the photos, there's a lack of affection. It's just like a woman standing next to her. And I obviously know that that was a circumstance. When you're talking about a family that had a ton of plantations, which is the reality. She descends from Irish slavers. That is a fact that Kamala Harris cannot deny. She descends from wealthy Irish slavers who virtually they did own the town. They named the town. It was Hamilton Town, then it was Brownstown in Jamaica. He had over 1,000 slaves, okay? It would follow that there would be help around the house. And I'm just going to put here as a question mark, not as a fact. If they're looking at some of these photos of people who became like family and they're trying to pass them off like relatives, again, not a fact, a huge question mark, but my instinct tells me that that person is actually not her family member. And if it is, well, Kamala's got some explaining to do. How did she meet Grandma Beryl almost 20 years after Grandma Beryl died? Because Kamala Harris looks to be about 20 in that photo that she presented. Then there's another bit of a mystery, as I said. If Beryl married after her or before her wedding when she was 25 years old to the missing Newland, if anybody can find Newland, please let me know. But if Beryl married at some point Oscar Wilde Joseph Brown, where is their marriage certificate? And where is their divorce certificate? Again, I'm only prodding the narrative here because I'm going to need proof that she's Black. The media has now made this a thing, and now you made it so much of a thing that you're attacking people like Janet Jackson when she asks a very reasonable question that you should be able to respond to. And now we have a verifiable lie that Kamala Harris told in her book, or a big uh-oh, because, you know, if I'm being nice, I guess sometimes you think when you're publishing a book that it's a photo of you and your grandmother that you never met or never could have met. Maybe Kamala was just confused and thought it was her grandma, but it was a grandmother that she had, again, never met. Media should be on this, and they should be asking her this question: how did you make this significant of a blunder in your book? And isn't it quite ironic that every photo that you have presented, two of which look like they're the exact same person, one aged on, which begs the question, is that even Kamala Harris in her lap? I don't know. Again, we're at the beginning of this investigation. But it's interesting that amongst all of the relatives, so many Irish white slavers, the only photos that she chose to put in this book are the ones that make it look as though she might be Black. And we have just significantly and without question debunked one of those photos. Also, there's something else that I notice about Beryl and Oscar, this alleged married couple, right? Our alleged husband and wife. Each of them are listed as having a lot of siblings. Oscar's siblings are named Hildred May Harris, Newton Alexander Harris, and Ina Doreen Harris. I cannot find a single photo of these siblings. Now, why am I looking for it? Well, because people take family photos all the time. Tons of the stuff is on the internet. I mean, one of those people lived until 2005. Ina Doreen Harris allegedly lived until 2005. I would just like to see a photo to confirm that these are Black relatives. I just want to confirm their race. Can't find a trace. Similarly for Beryl Finnegan has siblings too. Their names are Abraham Judah Finnegan, Noah Pendergast Finnegan, Bernard Washington Finnegan, and Gloria Eugenie Hill. Where are they? Or where are any photos of them, presuming that they've passed? Where are the photos of them? They've got to be somewhere, right? Something very suspicious is going on. I don't know how it is plausible, guys. Do not allow the media to gaslight us. It is not difficult, okay, for a person that is running for president of the United States to have a tidy background. This is my mom. This is my dad. This is my grandma. That it always seems to be the case that right before they run, they introduce like one or two photos that they allege are from their childhood. This is my grandma. This is my mom. And if you ask any more questions, I'm going to scream at you and call you a racist, is completely ridiculous. We now have a scandal on our hands, okay? And again, this is the tip of the iceberg. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep looking for these relatives. I'm going to confirm that all of these people are in fact Black. I find it strange, just as a little tidbit, that when you go on these genealogy websites, you can see that there's somebody managing the profile. All of the people that are managing the profile for Kamala's relatives are white. What interest would white people around the United States have in managing the profile for this Jamaica family? Unless what Janet Jackson said was true, and that these are her white Irish relatives, and she's been hiding that fact by trying to introduce some random photos of a woman and purporting that that woman is her grandmother. Again, if she's been with you throughout your entire life, Kamala, you could drop some more photos, but no matter what, you lied in your book, okay? You lied in your book. That woman died in 1960, and you were born in 1964, and I find that to be extremely problematic. Like I said, I'm in these streets, just like you, Kamala. So if you want to come out and tell the truth, I'm going to be on this. Otherwise, you might as well come up with your storyline, because I don't tend to let go when I have the scent of somebody who's telling a lie. All right, guys, we will pause there.
Jackson made a comment in The Guardian about Kamala Harris's ethnicity. During an interview with The Guardian, which is an extensive interview of about 4,500 characters, about 200 of those characters were spent discussing at the behest or at the questioning of the author of the article. I wonder where she stands on the forthcoming election. After all, I say America could be on the verge of voting on its first black female president, Kamala Harris. And at that, Janet says, well, you know what they supposedly said? She's not black. That's what I heard, that she's Indian. She looks at me expectantly, perhaps assuming that I have Indian heritage. Well, she's both, I offer. Her father's white. That's what I was told. I mean, I haven't watched the news in a few days. She coughs. I was told that they discovered her father was white. The author of the article then clutches her pearls. She says, I'm floored at this point. It's well known that Harris's father is a Jamaican economist. Jamaica is a country. A Stanford professor who split from her Indian mother when she was 5. My mother understood very well that she was raising 2 black daughters, Harris wrote in her book, The Truths We Told. Then the article goes on to say that, these QAnons have been making these type of statements, and that's what Janet sounds like, but I don't want to label her that. I do wonder what the algorithms are serving her. I start again. Harris has dual heritage. I say, and given this moment, does Jackson think America is ready for her? If we agree she's black or, okay, a woman of color. And Janet says, I don't know. Honestly, I don't want to answer that because I really, truthfully don't know. I think either way, it's going to be mayhem. And that's kind of where it ends. That's it. They talk about, other stuff. The world loses its mind because, of course, you can't question Kamala Harris's ethnicity, even if it is somewhat ambiguous. All right? And for the record on this channel, what I've been saying, guys, is I don't care how you come up on this. Kamala Harris' parents were not born in America. Therefore, she's not Black American. And I'm going to stand by it because she doesn't have Black American parents. She could be Black. She could be brown. She could be Indian. I don't know about her father being white or whatever. At this point, it doesn't matter. At this point, what I'm saying, what I've been standing firm on, she ain't Janet Jackson Black, which is a Black person born in America to Black parents who were born in America to Black parents who were born in America. That is not something she is. So we can agree on that, right? Because we, as Black Americans, Black Americans from this country, we do get to say what Black American is, and Black American is a different thing than just every other person on the globe who has some form, a trace, a drop of African ancestry. Black American. So anyway, Janet Jackson's publicist, well, we thought it was her publicist, or came out and made a retraction type letter, and then Janet Jackson's camp came out and said, no, whoever made that comment was not Janet Jackson's manager, therefore they don't have the right to speak on her thoughts, and Janet Jackson did not write that retraction. So there's been no retraction from Janet Jackson. And I say all that to say, then comes DL Hughley. What a guy. DL Hughley comes out and he makes this comment here, and I don't get it. Janet Jackson's questions if Kamala Harris is Black. A new interview. Wow, just wow. So DL Hughley promoted this to his fans. And then he commented again. He says, Janet Jackson claims Kamala Harris isn't Black, says Dad actually white. So now he's on TMZ because, probably getting a kickback from TMZ. And he says, all I know is Kamala looks like she did when she was in Oakland. But Janet Jackson don't look like she did when she was Penny. What the hell was in that iron? Kings of comedy, huh? He says, hashtag Kamala Harris looks the way she does because she has mom from India and a dad from Jamaica.
Rolled up that good dinner, man.
Hashtag Janet Jackson looks the way she does because she has a plastic surgeon. Then he puts tag Team DL as on the DL. Janet Jackson interviews sounded like a Trump rally. FYI, it's a little ironic to question whether someone is black while you're breathing through the nose of a white woman. Hashtag Team DL. Then he goes, after facing criticism from her ignorant Kamala Harris comments, Janet Jackson has issued an apology. Hashtag smart news. This.
No, she didn't.
Let's go ahead and say this for the record here. It's pathetic, DL Hughley, that all you do is daily defend Kamala Harris. And as a conscious black man, you think you'd be more focused on defending the black community at large. But instead, most of your online activity is dedicated to defending one person, Kamala Harris. If you can't see the irony in that, if you can't see, I think it's ironic that a man who considers himself to be black and to be conscious spends more time defending an individual by the name of Kamala Harris than the greater, larger, more in need or more deserving of defense, which is the black community itself. Instead, he bashes the black community itself, goes at icons like Janet Jackson, all in defense of this one individual who has made no commitment to the black community at all. That to me shows a lot about the kind of person you are. And I'm glad. I'm not upset that you put out this tweet. I'm not upset that you won't shut up about defending Kamala, that you jump out the gym when anyone sneezes in her direction. I'm glad you do, because this exposes you. And when this is all said and done, DL Hughley, and when Kamala does not become president, I wonder if you'll still be able to get a job telling jokes. Because I can't imagine a lot of people are going to want to tune into you. Maybe a bunch of liberal Democrats will. But for the rest of the black community, you will have basically exiled yourself from us. So I hope that all that money you've made trading off the name of Bernie Mac, and I say, you are no political commentator. You don't have the full use of the facts, and that you use your platform to do the same thing on a daily basis, and it gets old, real old. I don't see a whole lot of upside in what you're doing, but hey, I don't know what Kamala Harris has on you. Are there some tapes somewhere that you don't want to talk about, that you're afraid are going to come out? Because the way that you are caping constantly for Kamala Harris, it leads me to believe that something's going on. You can't be this cringy a spokesperson. Either you getting paid or they got something over your head. It's one of the two, because you can't be this dumb on your own. And look, everyone's entitled to say whatever they want on social media. We all got the freedom of speech. But to use one of your own taglines, DL, it's too much. This Kamala Harris fanaticism, it's too much. You beyond goofy at this point. This shit's pathetic. Go to my website, presidentialimpact.com, and find out what President
Here, it's going to go down a little bit. It just went down $100. We'll do that for you from the White House, all right?
Thank you.
All right, bye. Nice seeing you, everybody. Beautiful. Beautiful. There you kids?
Yeah, they are. 3 boys.
Perfecto. Perfecto. 3 for 3. Bye, everybody.
Oh, look at that, man. We got Trump helping the mom pay of 3 A mom of three, I'm sorry, pay for groceries. Y'all, I don't know what's going on with my reading of these captions today, but I've been fumbling the play all day. But y'all know I ain't perfect. But yeah, Trump helps a mom of three pay for groceries. We're going to do that from you from the White House is what you hear him quote. And it's exactly what we're looking for. See, a lot of people go, oh, man, y'all just trying to give with Trump because he got the check. He just gave y'all a check. Y'all just broke. Nah, man, I want to go with Trump for the policy, man. And on top of that, outside of what the media paints him to be, he's actually a very genuine human being, somebody who's very kind-hearted. And the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree because these are the videos that I like to post up. You know, of course, the algorithm doesn't eat it up, nothing like that, because it's too positive, right? But back in 2016, Don Jr. helped push a woman's broken down car off the road, saving her from any danger. Despite it being over 100 degrees in Arizona, Don Jr. pulled over to help. This is the real Trump family. The fake news will not report it, so we got to share it, man. Hopefully it goes. Caught! Finally! Well, yeah, they have been caught helping so many people is what I've been seeing on the internet, man. His dad has done some of the things for others in a decade, and he learned from him. And we know the story about Donald J. Trump's father aiding one of Trump's junior. I mean, well, I don't even know. It's hard to. Anyhow, Donald Trump's father, when Donald Trump was in school and one of his friends' fathers passed away, Donald Trump's father pulled up to Donald Trump's friend's spot and offered to make sure that the children stay in school despite the father being deceased, which is a tremendous help. And it shows you, man, the apple does not fall too far from the tree. Now, I really want to show y'all the point of the video. This man right here, man, y'all got to hear his story. The moment he stopped believing that Donald Trump is racist. I need you to send this link to a friend who think Donald Trump is racist. Shout out to Elon Musk for actually making that a thought. He said, send this link to friends who think that the real Donald Trump is racist. And I need y'all to do that right now.
I made a video the other day asking people when was the moment that they came to the conclusion Donald Trump is racist. A lot of people said the Central Park 5. We'll talk about that in another video. For me personally, it was the very fine people on both sides thing.
But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides.
I remember seeing that clip and feeling like, wow, maybe he is racist. And I just happened to come across this video on YouTube. It basically said that the clip was edited and that I should go back and watch the entire clip. So I watched the entire thing. It got to that point where he says very fine people on both sides. And I'm like, see, that's exactly, I knew he said that. There's no point in me even continuing to watch this. And then it goes on and it gets to the part where he's like.
And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists because they should be condemned totally.
So he said he wasn't talking about the neo-Nazis and white supremacists. Why would they show me part of the story and make me feel like this? Even in the presidential debate against Joe Biden, he brought up the very fine people thing.
He said, I think they're fine people on both sides. What American president would ever say, Nazis coming out of fields, carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas, were fine people?
Kamala Harris just brought it up on the recent debate.
Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
People are still saying it, even though it's been debunked. Snopes just added this shit in 2024 that was a lie. It supposedly said in 2017. He dropped out of a presidential race because white supremacists joined his same party.
I'm not going to be running. The party is, as you know, self-destructing. When you say the party is self-destructing, what do you see as the biggest problem with the Reform Party right now?
Well, you've got David Duke just joined. A bigot, a racist, a problem. I mean, this is not exactly the people you want in your party.
Then you find that clip of him with Jesse Jackson.
Beyond that, in terms of reaching out and being inclusive, he's done that too. And created for many people a comfort zone when I ran for the presidency in 84 and 88. And many others thought it was either laughable or something to avoid. He came to our business meeting here in New York because he has this sense of the curious and a will to risk to make things better. And so aside from all of his style and his pizzazz, he's a serious person who's an effective builder of building for the builder of people. Last year, he was a part of our workshop of our panel workshop on what are the challenges and opportunities. And so this, a year later, Donald Trump, for a few minutes, challenges and opportunities to embrace the underserved communities. Donald Trump.
Well, it is an honor to be here.
You see the clip with him on The View and him and Whoopi Goldberg, she's saying that they're friends.
I don't think I'm going to get Whoopi's vote.
If you did, let me just ask, if you did beat,
and she likes me. She even put me in the movies. She put me in the movies, right? A long time ago. And how much did I judge? Nothing.
Like they say in the comments. If you did beat Obama, though.
People love this guy. Like Oprah saying that he should run for president.
Do you have a vice presidential candidate in mind?
Well, I really haven't gotten quite there yet.
It's just
Oprah. I love Oprah. Oprah would always be my first choice. Oprah, your competitor, right?
Oprah's competitor.
You know what? I'll tell you, she's really a great woman. Though. She is a terrific woman. She's somebody that's very special.
Judge Joe Brown said,
I've talked to a number of black entrepreneurs who back in the late 80s and 90s, early 90s, were trying to get financing. They couldn't. Somebody told them to go check with Donald Trump. So they come back and tell me they got a loan from Donald Trump. He gave them a term loan, show up with the interest in the principal, one check, but they had to go see him personally. They independently relate this tale that when they saw him, he said, this is what you're supposed to pay me? This our agreement? So yeah. And then tore the check up, shook their hands and congratulations. Now run your business. And this was when? This was back in the 90s.
Waka Flocka talks about how he showed him how to increase his wealth.
Get a C Corp to run an LLC. You're going to make it even deeper. Go get a trust fund and run a corp that runs the LLC. You want to get even deeper, own two trust funds for your business and your person to run that trust that runs all the business. It can get deep, my guy. Absolutely. And Donald Trump actually showed me that method.
People will say that they want truth, but when you try to present them with information that goes against their beliefs of Donald Trump, they act like this.
He's condemned white supremacy over 20 times.
Oh, yes, man. Could you tell me when?
Yeah, absolutely. Would you like to see a video of a montage of 20 times that he's done it?
Oh, actually, no. I'm more interested in walking up in.
But how are we going to learn if we don't challenge our ideas? I mean, you just made a statement that is actually inaccurate, and I can show you video evidence of why it is. I mean, would you like to see that?
No, thank you.
He's condemned white supremacy and the KKK over 20 times.
Over 20 times?
Yeah.
Do you have him right here? Can I listen to it?
Absolutely, you can. Let me pull it up for you right now.
All right. Okay.
By the way, I'm James. How's your day going, man?
It'd be a lot better if you guys were wearing masks.
We can socially distance.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Wait. You don't want to see the examples? I have 20 examples right here.
He is a white supremacist.
It's just like Yuri said.
Exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, when a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization.
The populace versus the establishment. Whatever they do to the populist candidate, they're doing to you. When you assist the establishment in crushing the populist candidate, they're going to turn around and do it to you next. Whatever rules that they broke to get at him, that you cheered on because you were so anti-him, those rules were broken so that they can get your consent. And now that they've used your hatred to build consent to break the rules, now they can turn that same attack towards you. And you've yayed and amened it into existence. If you previously believed that Trump was racist and then something changed your mind, I'd like to know what was that moment. Thank you for watching again. Like I said, I appreciate your time and attention because you can't get it back. Leave whatever opinions that you want in the comments, and I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace.
After seeing that video, Matt Wallace, he posed something very, very important that I want to repeat. A little secret. Nobody on the left actually cares if Donald Trump is racist or not. They just want us talking about that instead of the issues that matter most, like inflation, war, and mass immigration. But I mean, this has been a tactic from forever. You know, he says one thing and he can make it in a positive light, and then it gets flipped over into him just being fear-mongering and this, that, and the third. Matter of fact, I'll show you an example of this, right? Under the comment section of this video, it says, here's two. Here's another two that seems even more disgusting and dishonest. The left video, which is the first video I'm going to play, is from MSM. And the right video, which is going to be the second video I play, is the full segment. And this is how I became a Trump supporter myself. I used to watch the chopped up segments, and then I actually seen him, the full clip, and I went back to the chopped up segments, and I go, hey, he didn't say that.
That was just the beginning. Trump stoking more fear about migrants at the southern border. Trump at one point saying they're not people.
I don't know if you call them people. In some cases, they're not people, in my opinion, but I'm not allowed to say that because the radical left says it's a terrible thing to say. These are bad. These are animals.
And while blasting the auto industry's foreign manufacturing.
And as promised, here is that second clip. Now, y'all seen the way MSM put it together. Now, look at it for yourself.
Unbelievable when I see it going. But I got to know all these people. They're very smart, very streetwise. And I would do the same thing. If I had prisons that were teeming with MS-13 and all sorts of people that they've got to take care of for the next 50 years, right? Young people, they're in jail for years. If you call them people, I don't know if you call them people. In some cases, they're not people, in my opinion, but I'm not allowed to say that because the radical left says that's a terrible thing to say. They say you have to vote against him because did you hear what he said about humanity? I've seen the humanity, and these are bad. These are animals, okay? And we have to stop it. We can't have another Lakin. We have so many people. We have so many people being hurt so badly and being killed. They're sending their prisoners to see us. And they're bringing them right to the border. And they're dropping them off, and we're allowing them to come in. And these are tougher than anybody we've got in the country. These are hardened criminals. And we've got hundreds.
Now, the corporate mainstream media is the enemy of the people. I'm just going to put it like that. They spew lies, they edit videos and create misinformation while saying that, hey, all of them is doing all this. They spewing all this misinformation. And it's just so wild. Somebody says MS-13, not immigrants. Exactly right. Anyone who listened knew he was talking about the career criminals who were in prison for 40 to 50 years. Anyone in jail for 50 years is not a good person. I mean, well, I get what you mean in a general sense. There are definitely some scenarios where people are there and they're not supposed to be there and fall. But I get what you mean. We're not going to try to turn this into nothing crazy. Somebody said MSM cut the video and showed part of what Trump said to demonize him. Lots of people brought it, but not the smart ones. That's how the leftists divide us. And that's what be surprising to me, man, because everybody be, Trump is so divisive. Everybody on the left tries to spew that he's so divisive, but that's simply not the case. You have people out here in, Kamala heritage. It says Hindus in India are performing that Hawa ritual for Donald Trump to offer protection after his 2 recent assassination attempts. So, yeah, let me pull this up on the screen. So here's one right here. Now, because it's fire there and all that, that's all I'm going to show. I don't really know about YouTube and how they going to, So, I want at least y'all to get the gist of that. But here's another clip, man. Outside of America, this is happening. The streets of Japan have been taken over by Japanese Trump supporters chanting, "Fight. The people of the world love Trump." Oh, yeah, man. They out there doing it there. Let's read this. So it's okay for illegals to vote in our elections. Can't the Japanese do also? Oh, I know, right? If it is all right, man, they might as well go ahead. Why not see some of them mail ballots? Yeah, man. Somebody else wrote right below that, I lived around the world. The people of the world despise Trump. There's just one comment right there. So 11 people in the city of Tuna Harley taking over. 12 people the streets have been taking over. So you can see the comment section, they vibing with this. And at this point, I got to be honest. Trump supporters, MAGA, look, man, we tired. We tired of the lies. We're tired of the lawfare. You know what I mean? We're just tired of it. And we're tired of y'all trying to sit here and make it seem like our support of Trump is just, how do I say, delusional. It's just cult-like when y'all really don't, man. George wrote this. I think something has lit a fire under Megyn Kelly. Because, when you watch this clip, whoa. She snapped. The way she dismantled all the lawfare arguments against Trump at the All-In Summit, bro, beautiful.
I think Trump on appeal will win. There are so many holes in that case, so I don't think Trump will ever do one single day in jail.
So, Megyn, if we look at the 5 cases, 6 months from now, or a year from now, let's assume all 5 of them go to trial. He's guilty of 3 so far.
Wait, what do you mean he's guilty of 3 so far?
Well, he's been convicted of 3, sorry.
What do you mean? No, he hasn't.
I love this. Eugene Carroll was guilty.
That was not a conviction. That was a civil case.
Okay, well, yes, so that's what I'm talking about. So that
okay,
one
but there's a big difference.
It's still, he was convicted. He was guilty of that. He got a settlement. In the Trump organization, they're guilty there.
That again was still civil, libel.
Yes, of course. But these are the cases we're talking about. And in the third one,
you know she's a lawyer, right?
Yeah, of course. And in the third one, I'm just talking about the 5 cases. Yes, some are civil, obviously, and some are not. Some are criminal. But if we look at all 5 cases,
you said 3 convictions. Now you're walking it back.
I'm not walking it back. There's 3 in which he was.
You should walk it back.
I'm
Okay, guys,
so glad Megyn is here.
Of the 5, 3 of them he's either guilty or
you got a bad result.
Yeah, I got a bad result. There are 2 more. If he is found guilty of those 2 more, Megyn, and 5 of 5, he had a bad result. Way to frame it. Will you chalk all 5 up in your mind to 5 different jurisdictions, 5 different prosecutors, 5 different juries and or judges, all conspiring to get him?
100%.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to hear your answer to. 5 of 5, 5 different jurisdictions. Yeah. You think it's all lawfare?
Eugene Carroll, they changed the law so that she could bring a civil lawsuit against him, and she did. New York went 87% for Joe Biden. That fix was in right from the start. The fraud trial that Letitia James brought against him has never been brought. There's no victims. The banks who were involved said, we didn't lose a penny. What are we doing here? We weren't damaged. Nobody was complaining except Tish James, who ran for office saying, I will get him. Then you have Alvin Bragg, who's a George Soros-funded prosecutor who doesn't like to prosecute any crime in New York City, where I lived for 17 years, except if your name is Donald Trump. Let's go down to Georgia, where Fani Willis and Nathan Wade couldn't keep their libidos in check long enough to actually bring this case against Donald Trump. It's a repeat of what was happening in January 6th up in the case with Judge Chutkan, who loathes Trump and has sentenced almost every J6 defendant to way more jail time than their counterparts would get. Those are falling apart because of presidential immunity, which was handed down by the Supreme Court, who said you cannot bring a criminal case against a sitting president for any official act. Those cases have been gutted. Also, a Supreme Court ruling saying the same on January 6 defendants in general. And that leaves us with Florida and the documents. And Trump has torn that apart because Jack Smith wasn't properly appointed and isn't the right counsel. But there are other issues. They haven't even gotten to presidential immunity there. And so that one's going nowhere as well. And by the way, they're going to appeal it up to the 11th Circuit. She just threw it out. The 11th Circuit is conservative, and thank God so is the current Supreme Court. They're not going to tolerate that nonsense.
Let me ask you about...
I think Jay Cal just lost his right to ever bring up lawfare again.
We're
done with your bullshit. It's over.
I didn't give... We're not here to hear my opinion. I didn't give my opinion. I wanted Megyn.
Let's
my job as
the Democratic.
Yo, that woman is on fire. Y'all say that shit what she just said. Look, you know what I mean? This fake. And then she didn't just say it was fake. She actually went into detail and broke them down one by one. Man, oh my God. They said that she started to change her tune, her political views in the early 2000s. Somebody said, I recall when in 2016, when she moderated the Republican debate, the Republican debate, the only Rosie O'Donnell to come back from Trump. You can see in that moment a spark in her eye/face. In that moment, she realized Trump was smart, witty. He planted the seed in real time. Somebody else said she heard about all the pedos going down and realized Trump wasn't the bad guy. It was everyone else. Just started listening to her pod daily a couple weeks ago, been absolutely on fire. She knows where every lie is and what they stem from and led to. Shout out to Megyn Kelly for being as sharp as she is, man. But shout out to y'all. Shout out to the Trump supporters. Shout out to the MAGA movement.
Just when you think things cannot get any worse for Kamala Harris, something else happens. And that something is 3 polls that dropped today from Arizona North Carolina, and Georgia, showing that Trump is ahead. But what's a bigger deal is the demographic that she's losing support on, and that is the Latinos. So what we're going to do is react to these polls and show you why this is more bad news for Kamala Harris. Let's start here.
Look, you got a lot of red on the screen. This is pretty good news for Donald Trump. This is the Harris versus Trump margin, unrounded margin. Look at this. In Arizona, Donald Trump up 5. In Georgia, up 4, though no clear leader. North Carolina, a similar story. Donald Trump up 3. Again, no clear leader. But you take it all together in these 3 key battleground states, 2 of which Joe Biden carried 4 years ago, we see that Donald Trump is ahead, and by an average of 4 points, significantly better than he did back in 2020 across all of these states.
I am old enough to remember last Tuesday,
Yeah, it might have been.
when there was New York Times, Siena battleground polling from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan that was all blue.
Yes, there was that polling from Pennsylvania. We had that other polling that essentially showed that Kamala Harris was doing very well in the Great Lakes. And this, to me, seems to be the increasing divide amongst these swing states. These are the averages in the polls, right? Take a look in the Great Lakes. Harris up 2, Wisconsin, Harris up 2, Pennsylvania, Harris up 2. Again, close races, but blue, not red. You jump over here with me to the Sun Belt battleground states. You see a little blue at the top in Nevada, +1. We don't have any new polling from there. But you look at North Carolina, Trump up by less than a point. Arizona in the average, Trump up by 2. Georgia, Trump up by 2 in the average. So in the Sun Belt battlegrounds, more red than blue, predominantly red. In the Great Lake battlegrounds, predominantly, in fact, all blue. And this is going to be the divide I'm going to be looking at going forward, which is, do we continue to see that Kamala Harris does better in these Great Lake battleground states than she does in these Sun Belt battlegrounds?
Now, what he's not mentioning to you that I definitely want to make you clear on is that in the Great Lakes section, which is really known as the Rust Belt, those are actually great polling numbers for Donald Trump, because Joe Biden on average was up by 6, if not 8 points in the Rust Belt area, and he barely won by an average of 1 point. So if Trump continues to overperform in the election, those numbers are actually bad for Kamala Harris. She needs to be up even more than 2 points. Now, these numbers overall are not good for Kamala Harris. She needs to be building a wider lead, right? A larger lead from Trump. And if she fails to do that, which she has up to this point, Trump is going to be the next president unless something happens that we are not seeing. Let's continue.
I just look at the New York Times Siena poll that came out today, and there are still some long-term warning signs for the Harris campaign. The economy, immigration, cost of living issues are all at the top of mind of voters, and Donald Trump continues leading on all of those issues. That is something everyone is focused on. And part of the reason is that, she doesn't want to do interviews. She doesn't want to risk campaign. The economy, immigration, cost of living issues are all at the top of mind of voters, and Donald Trump continues leading on all of those issues. That is something everyone is focused on. And part of the reason is that, she doesn't want to do interviews. She doesn't want to really outline any of her policy positions. 60 to 70% of this country believes we are on the wrong track. And 60 to 70% of this country believes we are on the wrong track. People know Donald Trump. They know his policies. That's why he's doing fairly well in these polls. They don't know a lot about Kamala Harris. And so I think he's speaking to these issues which affect all Americans across the board.
Now, after a couple of clips, me and you will look at this exact poll in detail, because there's a couple of things I want to bring to your attention that you might enjoy and feel reassured about where Trump is in the current election. Now, the points that he just made are spot on. This is what I've been saying, is Donald Trump's election to lose. He has the advantage. The only thing she truly has is reproductive rights. That's it. And personality. Are those 2 things enough for her to win the election? I don't believe so, especially when you hear her surrogates respond this way. Listen to this.
Well, Lance, I just fundamentally disagree with that. The fact of the matter is, when you talk about concepts of a plan, or when you talk about drill, baby, drill, or no one can pin down where you stand on issues like IVF and others. And the fact is, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have been on the record agreeing that they will criminalize a woman for making their own healthcare decisions. Most people, including Republicans, cannot articulate one single issue that Donald Trump stands for when it comes to everyday Americans. When have we heard from the former president about his plan on housing? When have we heard from him about a plan on work, wages, and wealth? We've heard from him on the fact that he wants to undo the Affordable Care Act. We've also heard from him that he thinks somehow or another there are Black Haitian immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, who are eating cats and dogs. That's not a plan. That's not something the American people care about. But on the other hand, the journey for Kamala Harris, this woman of color, is twice as hard, half as much, and somehow or another this minimally adequate standard for the former president seems to be okay in the Republican Party.
Okay, did you understand anything that he just said? Let me tell you what was clear about his statement, okay, is that they hate Trump, and that is their message. Their message is more about Trump than it is about everyday Americans. And again, I call that a mistake. In fact, I call it insanity almost. They think that's what's going to win this election. They keep ignoring the messaging that will resonate with everyday Americans who don't care what your party affiliation is. They just want things to be better. They're missing that completely because they focus so much on Trump. And that's why his talking points, none of them were true. And he can't defend the fact that she hasn't participated in any interviews. She's only done a total of 3, technically. Donald Trump has done more interviews than her and Tim Walz combined. So, you know, it's not a good look when the candidate themselves are not good. And then your surrogates have to go onto the news and play cover for you because what do you have except Donald Trump is bad? That's not going to win the election.
There are 43 days left.
Yeah.
I know Harris is giving a big economic speech this week, but what's left to change minds at this point?
Yeah, the debate part is really important because debates are an inflection point in a campaign and they get people to tune in. They both need a new debate, another debate. Donald Trump needs something to sort of change the momentum, and Kamala Harris still has to introduce herself to people. We're hearing that over and over again from swing state voters. They don't know her enough. So they should both want another debate. But the swing state voters we're talking to are really telling us they are still undecided because they know exactly who Donald Trump is. They still have questions about Kamala Harris.
They're not undecided about him.
Correct.
They're undecided about her.
Correct. And so they might stay home. They might vote third party. But they are wanting to hear more from Kamala Harris. And
about what?
About she has identified the correct problems, they say. They don't have enough specifics on the solutions, both politically and practically. What would she do to solve X problem, inflation, for example? And how would she get Congress to go along with it? These are two things that American voters, they're not stupid. They see as real political realities and problems, and they want to know more.
Okay, so I don't half the stuff she said I don't believe if you just look at the numbers, but let's take her word for it. Okay. That's bad news. If undecided voters decide to stay home and vote third party, those votes are being taken away from Kamala Harris, not Donald Trump. So that's not good. And I'm telling you, this election is about policy versus personality. There are going to be people who won't vote for Donald Trump because they hate him. Why do they hate him? I don't know. They hate him because they were told to hate him. They were programmed to hate Donald Trump. He's one of the most hated political figures in the modern era, right? I mean, what he's had to endure, I don't think many people can. So it's no secret that there are going to be people who don't vote for him. That's fine, because the real indictment is that they're not going to vote for Kamala Harris because she's not going to give them what they want. They want specifics. They want clarity. That's not who Kamala Harris is. And the only reason why she's been this successful up to this point, without experiencing the same disastrous poll numbers that Joe Biden did, is because she hasn't been clear. She's been very vague and broad and not really drilling down on anything. And of course, she has the full weight of the corporate media suppressing negative information about her and promoting positive information. So obviously that helps, of course. But the numbers don't lie. The proof is in the pudding. And when you see what these polls are saying about her, it does lead to disastrous results for her on election day. The numbers continue to show that Donald Trump is moving in the right direction. And so as you see, he's got 5% lead in Arizona, 4% lead in Georgia, and 2% lead in North Carolina. And the interesting thing about those numbers, it proves how the debate actually impacted voters' mindsets around these two candidates. Because if you look here, how have the polls changed since the debate? On the left side is the margin pre-debate, and on the right side is the margin post-debate. Bottom line is you see a lot of red. Okay, so what does that tell you? It tells you that Trump won the debate. But let's drill down even further. Do you think Donald Trump's policies have helped people like you, hurt people like you, or haven't had much of a difference either way? Donald Trump comes in at 45%, whereas Kamala Harris comes in at 37%. So, and finally, this is where the bottom line is, right? If the 2024 presidential election were held today, who would you vote for? We already know that Donald Trump is leading by 4 percentage points on average. And what I want to show you guys is the demographic part that really matters. So Donald Trump is getting 10% of the black vote, which is still good because she's only getting 83. I tell you guys all the time, she needs to be in the 90s. She isn't. Also, Hispanic wise, she's down to 52%. Now, historically, Democratic presidential nominees have gotten the Latino vote 60% or higher. So she's lost a lot of ground as it pertains to that. And Donald Trump, as a Republican, is getting a Latino vote at a higher clip than any of the past Republican nominees over the past 3 decades. And he's at 40%. So that is a big deal. That definitely spells disaster for her campaign, of course. And these are not the same numbers you were seeing from Donald Trump in 2020 or 2016. And I think the biggest factor to why she's the worst Democratic polling nominee to run against Donald Trump is just the lack of how authentic she really is. She isn't. She's as fake as they come. And every single week, there seems to be a video that surfaces showing the flip-flopping and how fake she really is around these issues that she's trying to get people to believe her on, like immigration and mass deportation. She's trying to tell people that she's for that now. But then this clip resurfaces. Watch this.
Down with deportation. Up with education. 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 Down with deportation. Up with education.
All right, 2 things in regards to that video. Number 1, did you hear how they were pronouncing her name? Kamala. Kamala. I find that to be interesting. The second thing is down with deportation, up with either the word education or agitation. I cannot confirm either way. But what we do know is clearly she's not for deportation. She's clearly not for law and order as it pertains to illegal migrants that are coming across the border. And I don't understand why she just can't say, if they are criminals, I will get them out of this country. Isn't that a simple thing to say? I mean, I don't see how that would make the Democratic base concerned, but hey, that's common sense. And I think the Democratic Party are allergic to that. So final points for you guys. This is great news for Donald Trump. These are the best polling numbers he's had as a presidential candidate in all 3 presidential cycles. When you see that he's up in the Sun Belt states, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, it just shows you that the debate did not have an actual positive impact as it pertains to Kamala Harris. It didn't. It actually had a better impact for Trump because what people did is they probably saw the clips. They probably didn't listen to the fake news media, and they went back and watched it when they had their time. And when you're not watching it in the moment, it's different when you watch it after the fact. And so that's why the numbers are showing what they are showing. And so overall, Donald Trump is in a great position to win this election, especially if you factor in the polling errors that occurred in 2016 and 2020. The other point, too, is that Kamala Harris is not an authentic candidate, and it's showing in the polling, as you guys have seen. And so how do they combat that? How do they get around it? Well, they make sure that she's not doing unscripted interviews, and they double down on Trump is bad. He's a threat to democracy, and he's going to violate women's rights. He's going to take away women's rights. That's what the Democrat Party have been very effective at doing, is convincing people to say, well, I want my daughters to grow up in a country where they have rights. No one has taken the rights away from your daughters. No one has taken the rights away from your women. What are you talking about? We still have a constitution. If rights were taken away from women, it would be up at the Supreme Court right now, and they'd be discussing it, debating it, and ruling on it. It hasn't happened. So I find it interesting that that is the rhetoric they chose to run with, but I do not think it's a rhetoric that
when the black gangs, the leadership in the black gangs in Chicago get fed up with the illegalities and the criminal activity of these migrants or non-citizens, the city of Chicago is going to go up in smoke, it's going to go up in flame, and there's going to be nothing that the National Guard or our government can do about it when the bloodshed hit the streets.
How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Brian Logan, and today we got to talk about the black gangs in Chicago, Illinois, who are furious with the influx of the Venezuelan migrant gangs, specifically Tren de Agua or TDA. Now, this is going to be a problem. These migrant gangs are very violent. They're coming from a more violent place than anywhere in the USA. That second world, third world level of crime and violence is now into the United States. And they're being sponsored by the government, being given jobs and cars, no driver's licenses. They're getting all kinds of benefits, and they're violent. You got a bad combination, especially when they're coming to a place that already has problems. They already got crime and poverty and everything else. It's a dangerous mix. And if they don't put a stop to it, it's going to get really bad before it gets any better. Now, before I go any further, let's get straight to this news clip from New York Post. This is very good work from New York Post. Shout out to them. I will link to the entire thing in the box as always. If you're an IG, visit a link in the bio, go to the corresponding article on the website. But without further ado, let's go ahead and roll it.
America has allowed gangs to enter our country.
The migrants that are coming, they're taking over every block right now.
The city of Chicago is going to go up in smoke, it's going to go up in flame.
Gangs in Chicago are angry over the influx of migrants and criminals in their city. They say money that should be going to the African American community on the South Side is instead going to what they call non-citizens, and warn that turf wars between Chicago's gangs and groups like Venezuela's Tren de Agua could see Chicago, quote, go up in flames. Photographer Matt McDermott and I traveled to Chicago's South Side to see what was happening for ourselves after we heard about a police report last month that the Tren de Agua gang had taken over an office building there.
Let's pause right here. Now, a lot of your city officials in places like Chicago, maybe even Aurora, Colorado, Denver, they're going to try to downplay the influx of the migrant gangs in Tren de Agua. Maybe they're kind of embarrassed by it. Maybe they don't really want to. They're embarrassed. They want to keep this news under wraps. So it's up to the independent journalists and people over at New York Post and other places to get down to the bottom of what's happening, because it's not about trying to attack migrants. It's about trying to protect Americans. That's really what it's all about. That's all I care about. Any other country, okay, hopefully you guys get it together. I'm concerned about my own country, first and foremost.
We spoke to a number of young, hardcore gang members, as well as gang elders who have retired from the life, and just regular citizens who are very much part of the community. And they're all furious at the estimated $500 million that's reportedly been funneled toward new migrants in Chicago since 2022.
Let's pause right here. They said $500 million in Chicago since 2022. So what? 500 million U.S. American cold hard cash dollars from the taxpayers of the area. Aren't you guys experiencing increases in your property taxes? Where is that money going? Just a wild guess. Why are your taxes increasing while you're spending 500 million in just 2 years on these people? Okay. And there was a study that came out from congressional Republicans that said on the federal level, the whole country, we spend $450 billion with a B, $450 billion every year on the migrant crisis, every single year. But I digress.
And they aren't happy either about what they say are Venezuelan criminal gangs that are leaving the shelters and spilling out into the South Side into abandoned buildings. I spoke to Tyrone Muhammad of Ex-Cons for Trump, who runs a street patrol and violence prevention program. He's gone straight since his days as an enforcer for the Gangster Disciples. And he said the situation is very tense on the South Side as turf battles between the local gangs and Venezuelan migrants heat up.
It is impossible to release gang members and criminals into our country through the borders and broken walls, and then infiltrate them in our community that's already impoverished, that's already broken, that's already disinvested. And when the black gangs, the leadership in the black gangs in Chicago get fed up with the illegalities and the criminal activity of these migrants or non-citizens, the city of Chicago is going to go up in smoke, it's going to go up in flame, and there's going to be nothing that the National Guard or our government can do about it when the bloodshed hit the streets, blacks against migrants.
Now, what he's saying is right on point. As of right now, from what I'm seeing, there's not a whole lot of interaction between the Venezuelan and the Chicago gangs. Not a whole lot of interaction. Maybe I'm wrong. If you guys know more, let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear from you guys out there in Chicago, especially what's happening with the TDA and the GDs, VLs, all these people. Now, eventually, they're going to have to cross paths. They're going to have to clash. Eventually, if they've not done it yet, they will. It's only a matter of time because they operate in the same places. Basically, when they send these migrants to the United States, they're sending them, or they end up right in your community, right in the black community, right in a lot of these low-income areas. Is where they're going to go. So there's going to be a clash. It's just a matter of when and how bad will the clash be.
Zach Massey did time in state prison with Tyrone Muhammad, although he's only 27. He's a leader on the streets and said he's disgusted by the money going to Venezuelan migrants at the expense, he says, of the African-American community.
I finally actually talked to him on the translator app, and he told me all the things that he got going on, how they help him get a car, apartment, clothes, link. So it's just like, I just be looking at it like they ain't got no Social Security number. Where they come from? He probably not even here legally.
They get right here. They get quick housing, quick funding, food. They get cars with no license. They can't even read English and stuff like that. So they get all these perks when they get here, and we still here starving. So what we gonna do about it? Are y'all gonna listen to our cries?
Nope. Because here's the thing: black community voting over. They look. The black community, first of all, you're voting for the Democratic Party overwhelmingly, 95%, blindly vote for the Democratic Party, and they do nothing for you. So why would they do anything for you when they don't have to get your vote? That's the first. And the second thing, the black community in Chicago was seen as a burden. You guys are not seen as a viable investment. So they're going to invest in the migrants. That's not me saying it. That's them saying it. Because you guys are pretty much left out there to squander. Meanwhile, look at what they're doing for the migrants. Look at how much they are pouring into them financially from your money, by the way. They take your taxpayer money in Chicago, whether you black, white, whatever. They take your money and invest it into them. So they're telling you who is a priority and who is not. But again, I digress.
Corey Rogers was a Blackstone gang member for years. He drove us around the South Side and showed us areas where he said Trendo Awagwa and other criminal gangs are setting up shop and what he called showing the flag, which means brandishing their weapons in front of like a housing project.
The migrants that are coming, they're taking over every block right now in this area. Right now, you don't see them because they come out at night. They said they took this courtway over probably about last week. They said it was 100 Venezuelans standing out in the front right here.
Terry, is it an abandoned building? How do they just take it over?
They get when you take over something, you just stand outside, and that's called showing the flag.
What kind of guns?
Semi-automatics, anything you name, you're gonna see it on the street. These boys got so many big guns that if they're 150 pounds, the gun is bigger than them.
Now, I've also seen some fully autos. I saw a video out there in Chicago with some Venezuelans shooting fully auto. So they probably got Glocks with switches, or they may just have a fully automatic weapon that was already prefab like that rather than having to add on a device, because they're getting the guns illegally, the same way they get into the country illegally.
I swear.
But they know how to handle it, right? They know what. Tell me about the fact that they're criminals, right? This is a criminal element. These aren't just a bunch of Venezuelans that walked over the border and used to be gardeners back home, right?
Right. And they come from the gangland. They come from rougher gangs than us.
One gang member who only gave his name as David on a particularly dangerous drug dealing corner on the South Side did not hold back when he talked about the influx of criminal gangs from other countries into Chicago.
The real issue is that America has allowed gangs to enter our country. Gangs that they would consider terrorist groups that are formed here. We are terrorist groups. If we're in a gang, they let terrorists in our country.
The Reverend Corey Brooks also said to me he's disgusted with Democratic policies and said that Black Lives Matter, for example, has never reached out to help him or anyone else trying to improve conditions on the South Side.
Yeah, where they at right now? Where BLM at? Remember them? Remember that whole thing from the 2020s and before that? Remember that? All they ever did was just get a bunch of money. Okay. Buy large mansions, Black lesbian Marxists. That's what they are. Where are they at right now when they really need it?
Chicago is a blue city. Illinois is a blue state. There's no doubt about it that the majority of our neighborhood, they're going to continue to vote Democrat until they wake up. The good news is that there are a lot of people who are responding and waking up and saying, listen, we're not going to take this. We're not going to stand for this. We're going to vote differently. And they're now accepting some of the values that I hold dear and some of the values that the conservative Republican Party holds so dear. And so for a lot of people, it's not about the person, it's about the policies that we're fed up with. And as a result, I think this is going to be the largest amount of people who have voted for a Republican president in Chicago that we've seen.
So hopefully that's the case. Hopefully you guys vote differently. And again, shout out to New York Post for the video. Again, the full video will be in the box so you can see it for yourself without my commentary. But I hope that with my man right there, Mr. I think his name is Corey Brooks, hopefully what he said is correct, that they vote differently in Chicago, because you see what your vote has gotten you. You see what, look, your communities are just in poverty. There's nobody to help. It's dangerous. People are dying for no reason. The violence is out of control. Then they bring in the migrants with their own unique third world type brand of violence that you guys not even ready for. And they getting all kind of stuff from the government. Why are these people being funded by your tax dollars? It's bad enough, as I close, for the violent element to be ushered in on top of an existing violent situation. But then they get money from the government on top of that, more than what anybody, whether it be black, white, rich, poor, would get if you're a citizen. They're placing violent illegal aliens over regular everyday American citizens. It's crazy, but I think I'll leave that right there.
Kamala Harris, and a vote that leads us all into war with lies. And I'm going to do my damnedest to do that right now. The Democrats are the party of war and lies, and I missed it. I'm going to admit to you that I missed it for decades because I was distracted by the culture wars, race, gender, abortion, transgender, and that allowed me to vote for the Obamas and the Clintons and the Bidens. But I will not miss it this time. And if we collectively miss it, it means our children's lives. The Pentagon just announced today that they are sending troops to the Middle East after Israel rained down absolute hell on Lebanon overnight, killing 600 people in a single day, many of them civilians, women, and children. Now, if you think for a second that this war will not involve our children or the war in Ukraine, you are mistaken, sir. They will keep lying to you for this war And since military enrollment is at an all-time low, they are planning to draft our children. In fact, not just boys. The newest defense budget, which was just announced a few months ago, has a provision to draft women too. I am imploring you to see this. I'm not asking you to support Donald Trump. I will not get distracted today with the personality of Trump. Plus, Republicans are hardly better. Most of them are also lying about this war. I'm asking you to vote against Democrats because they are the loudest liars, leading the charge with the biggest lies. So when you vote this fall, you must ask yourself this question: will we destroy our children's future because we miss the lies that we are told for war? What is the Greek proverb? The first casualty of war is the truth.
Right.
Well, we've been doing that for decades now. So let's just go through it. I've chosen a few wars that we've been lied to, and I'm asking you now to see this as a thread, right? So a war for every generation based on a lie, except now our generation currently has two. So here are just a few that I'd like to talk about today. And I think that only a foolish person would say, yes, all of these operations were based on lies, but the ones we've got now are true. Who would say that, right? That's folly. We know that the government lied about Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan. They also lied about Panama, Syria, Iran, Kosovo, Somalia, Yemen, Egypt. They are currently lying about Russia and Israel. So you can't believe that it's all been a lie up until now. You just simply can't believe that. So let's get started. I think most of us understand that the Bushes were war criminals. They sold us lies about weapons of mass destruction, Iraqi soldiers throwing babies from incubators. That little beauty, came from a New York City PR firm. And we turned Saddam Hussein, who had been a partner of the CIA, into a monster, of course, because we wanted a war. Well, guess who else was an asset of the CIA? Noriega from Panama. Did you know that? But despite that relationship, we bombed the holy hell out of Panama City in 1989 to overturn a government that was only considering not doing the business with the United States. In fact, the first Bush launched the largest airborne assault on a city since World War II. It was called Operation Just Cause, and it was an unprovoked attack on civilians. The death toll has never been accurately counted because the U.S. Army did not let the press or the Red Cross in. The U.S. never faced major consequences for that. Then came the Clinton administration. He backed the Mujahideen in Bosnia in order to fight Russian-aligned Serbs before he sent in NATO. This was NATO's first major operation. They called it Operation Allied Force. It was based on the lie that the Serbs had been exterminating ethnic Albanians. Instead, though, it was our guys who killed civilians. In fact, at least 9 bombing attacks hit civilian areas, and NATO used cluster bombs in Belgrade. We're supposed to have since outlawed those cluster bombs, right, Clayton? But we are using them still.
Oh yeah, we're supposed to have outlawed them. They're supposed to be something we've taken off the table. Also, what is it? Depleted uranium shells. Those are supposed to also be taken off the table. But when NATO wants to use them to carry out attacks, NATO gets away with using depleted uranium.
Yes. Okay. So that's next in this thread. After Clinton came Bush Jr. He launched the war in Afghanistan. I think we can all agree. Does anyone think that was a good idea? Anyone still here? Bueller. In fact, former CIA analyst and friend of the show, Michael Scheuer, he points out in his excellent book that the Bush administration knew damn well that it would be a lost cause to go into Afghanistan because the CIA had helped the Mujahideen oust the Soviets, but we didn't use any of that intelligence when Bush decided he wanted a war with Afghanistan. We just winged it and sent Americans to their deaths. Then came the Obama years. Now, sure, Obama was the coolest, right? He was the coolest in American history, but also one of the bloodiest. Did you know on his 3rd day in office, Obama ordered a strike in Pakistan that killed 20 civilians? But hey, that was okay. You know why? Because they had a good spin on it, according to the New York Times. Every time the Obama administration killed a civilian, they would label them as combatant as long as they were military age males, unless there was explicit intelligence proving that they were innocent. Notice how the Times here calls this a disputed method. Like, Well, I mean, think of that as your son. Your son gets killed by a foreign actor that's invading your country, but because he was a teenager, they thought he could have been a terrorist. It counts. Put him on the list. Check. Well, obviously, that's wrong. We should all know that. And a lot of times they went and killed civilians anyway, as was reported by Chelsea Manning.
Can you just wrap your head around the hypocrisy for a moment, right? That's what the Obama administration labeled them as. So military-age men, enemy combatants who are fighting our people, et cetera, right?
Yeah.
The United States has a wide open southern border where tens of thousands of illegal immigrants have poured across the southern border, and many of them are on the terrorist watch list in the United States. They're actively allowing them to do that, but they won't put a stop to that.
Right.
It's nice hypocrisy on the part of the Biden administration.
Well, I mean, we see people like tofu. You're bad or good based on whatever you put it in. It's a good stew or a bad stew, right? Okay. Again, Chelsea Manning's biography, Bradley Manning, tells us that he many times provided his combat units intelligence showing this place has civilians now. There's no longer a target there, and they would go and bomb it anyway. The only person ever punished for those war crimes was Julian Assange. You know this. Now, while Obama continued the war in Afghanistan, he was both fighting al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and arming the same group in Syria. The al-Qaeda affiliate in Syria is called al-Nusra. Obama armed them in order to overthrow Assad based on lies about the Assad, they call it the regime. How did he get away with that? He came up with this brilliant spin about calling them moderates. They were not moderates. They were al-Qaeda. So that was just PR spin to sell you war.
And we destroyed that country. Syria, of course, one of the most peaceful countries in the world. And we can't have them being independent and all. So once we want to manufacture a story, we destroy their country. And then we wonder why we have Syrian refugees in the United States.
Right.
Because we destroyed their country. Syrians don't want to live in the United States.
Worth noting, we are currently illegally occupying Syria.
Right.
Even though Kamala Harris lied and said there are no troops in combat zones, Syria doesn't want us there. It's an illegal occupation. Why Obama wanted a war so badly on Syria is part of a long story about Syria that the U.S. has waged since the 60s. Actually, it's not about oil. It's about disrupting Arab collaboration that would harm U.S. financial interests. On that, I refer you to this excellent book. Now, the Obama years also devastated Libya because Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State, wanted President Obama to wage that war for her. She had been embarrassed by the Arab Spring in Egypt. So she said she's going to change all that in time to run for president. She literally said, I will change that by going after Muammar Gaddafi, who, you guessed it, had been an ally of the CIA during the Bush War in Iraq. Now, Obama launched Operation Odyssey Down, and he lied to the American people for Clinton. He said that Gaddafi was planning a Rwanda-style genocide for 700,000 men, women, and children. They claimed that Gaddafi was bombing peaceful protests, and they spread a rumor, strange rumor, that the soldiers were on Viagra in order to do all the raping. All of these were lies. And who did we arm to fight in Libya? Of course, al-Qaeda trained soldiers. But again, we called them moderates, and then we went and used NATO to help us out, killing thousands of civilians in Libya, not to mention destroying an economy and a country that was on its way to prosperity before Hillary Clinton set her sights on it. Now we move into the Trump years. Trump did escalate the wars in Somalia. He launched, in fact, more drone strikes on Somalia than Bush and Obama combined. But he did reportedly ask his staff in 2017, can't we just pull out of there? Because he does, in fact, seem to be against foreign wars. He's the only one who will give lip service to that. And it was Secretary of Defense General Mattis who said, actually, no, we can't pull out of there. So the drone strikes increased. In fact, yes, on civilians, including, we've reported this horrific story, a mother and who was carrying her 4-year-old son. Do you recall this? The Pentagon said, well, we had newbies on the job. It kind of was a software problem. We shouldn't have done it. But this was a mom, you guys, carrying her baby. And now we come to the Biden-Harris administration. So now that I've painted this picture for you of all the war that we've been sold lies, do you for a second think that the Biden administration is the only ones telling the truth now, finally? How could somebody think that? I think that I've proven to you every week for the last 2 years on this show. They are lying to us about Ukraine. This was not Putin's unprovoked attack. Once again, we are arming the bad guys. We arm them just like we arm al-Nusra and Hamas. You got to think, though, that Zelensky will soon turn into, for us, a Gaddafi or a Noriega or a Saddam, right? If I were him, I would be smart about that. I would be thinking, well, when does the U.S. turn on me? Because the enemy of our enemy usually becomes our enemy when we need them to be. So if Zelensky were a thinking man, which I'm not sure he is, then he'd be worried about this. And now, this week, we are sending more troops to defend Israel, even though Israel is killing civilians, even though Netanyahu now has dictator power, faces opposition from the Israelis he purports to support. He doesn't. He doesn't care about them. Even though Israel hides its nuclear weapons program, even though Israel has for decades used rape as torture on prisoners, even though Israel interferes in our elections quite openly, and we fund Hamas to keep this warfare with Israel going. So they lie about our presence in Israel and Ukraine, and they lie about our reasons for being in both places. And Kamala Harris, you guys, started the lies about Russia when she went to Ukraine in 2022, just before the conflict started. So if she is willing to lie about this, she does not want the war to end. And if you vote for her, you must not either. No Democrats want the war to end. And truth be told, most Republicans don't either. They don't tell the truth about these. And this became really clear to me during the campaigns when, if the Republicans wanted to defeat Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, why didn't they tell the truth about all their war crimes? Instead, they argued about race and gender and abortion and religion and gay marriage. And like, why? Right? Because they're part of a uniparty. They both want war. But if you study, you guys, if you see through the war machine propaganda, you'll start to see the matrix. And when you see the matrix, you start to hear who's telling the truth about lies and about war and who's not. President Trump, yes, is protecting Israel, but he has said he will broker peace with Russia. He did oppose aid to Israel in the COVID relief packages, and he does speak out against foreign wars. Do I know he will de-escalate? Absolutely no, I don't. But his is the smallest war drum that we currently have on the debate stage. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, absolutely. But, you know, as people point in the chat out here, people are like, well, Trump said make Israel great again.
Yes.
So a lot of people here are not fans of Trump's sort of doublespeak on this. And it's
I'm not
interesting.
either. I'm with you. I don't like to hear it.
And also, yeah, to surround yourself with the people like Mike Pompeo and these warmongers. Like, this is exactly what Colonel Douglas McGregor, who served under President Trump, has said. And what his biggest concern is that President Trump, in the first time around, surrounded himself with these deep state swamp rats. And then now Trump in interviews has said, I didn't know better. Now I know who these people are. I'm not going to let it happen again. But then Mike Pompeo was there swirling around again. He's speaking at CPAC and he's like hanging around the Trump people again.
Right.
And yeah, so they want to end a war in Ukraine, but they're fine to send American troops into the Middle East. Like, I think it's very important, especially if like people, our viewers are Christian. You know, when you hear this, like Tucker had a great interview with the author of Mere Christendom, the pastor, and he said, you know, it's very, very, you know, as a Christian, people should never like idolizing politicians, like holding them up as like some sort of religious figure, right? And that's what a lot of people do. And these people, just watch their actions. People just pay attention to what they're saying, and then watch what their actions are. And if their actions back it up, great. If Trump says we're getting out of the Middle East, great. I'll say hallelujah. But right now he's got these swamp rats swirling around once again. That's really scary.
Right. I'm not here to convince you to vote for Trump. To think about who does Trump surround himself and what have they said. Vivek Ramaswamy, RFK Jr. have both told the truth about the war in Ukraine. They have problematic, in my views on Israel. JD Vance.
They all do.
Yes. Yeah. We don't have a vote on Israel. This is true.
Maybe the only like politician telling the truth about it is like Thomas Massey. I mean, there's so few, but so many of them. They're like, yeah, get out of Ukraine, but Israel. It's like it's this weird sort of double speak on front of these people. And like someone in the chat's like, redacted hates Israel. Get your head out of your ass. No, we don't. I love Israelis. I have a lot of Israeli friends. We can't stand Benjamin Netanyahu, who's a warmonger. And you can absolutely dislike the administration and government of a country like we do. Love the United States of America. hate the Biden administration, hate our current government, hate the warmongers that are killing people. So you can actually have different feelings about that. I know that's shocking to some people.
Sure. I think it's also worth pointing out J.D. Vance, should he then eventually become the president, he wants a war with Iran. That's problematic. We can look into that another day. My point is that the Democrats want all wars. They vomit out all lies. They speak no truths. And that, to me, is the only way I can vote this November is against these warmongers. Trans rights, abortion rights, race theory, none of that will matter if the Democrats continue their war. It's about less about that and more about who will drag my child into war. And I have boys and girls. The government wants them both. And I will fight back to the death for my children not to be dragged into these wars based on lies. So once I ask you, when you go to the voting polls, will we destroy our future and our children's future because we miss the lies for the culture wars like I once did? Now, again, American troops are being deployed this week. Will we let that happen based on government propaganda? I came across this post on X today, and it was so moving that I thought I'd read it to you because this is how history will judge us, you guys. This comes from a combat veteran, username Noctis Draven, and he posted this video. I'd like to play it for you without sound and read to you what he wrote. He says, "This was me. On my profile landing page is a small video of myself in Iraq. I was one of the few soldiers who managed to sneak a camera into the combat zones, and I have 20 hours of footage the world has never seen. I will never show it. Maybe when I die, I will release it. However, this is an example of what our time in Iraq was. We as civilians and coalition forces invaded a land and a people under false pretenses that were never for weapons of mass destruction that were never found and dangers to America that did not exist. There's a famous quote that says, history is written by the victors. That's what the West has tried to deliver to the world. The truth is America and coalition forces were the bad guys. We're not the good guys. And what did we accomplish in 20-year invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan? We killed over 1 million people and secured power for Israel, along with losing over 7,000 American lives and leaving countless Americans permanently disabled. I will not hold back the truth because now our American government seeks the same thing. They seek to send Americans into war for Israel and regional power, but the soldiers will be told it's to defend America. And it's not, you guys. It absolutely is not. Now, he followed up with this tweet, which I would also like you to see for yourself. He says, Americans have been in a constant state of war since our founding. My saying is a war for each generation. Sadly, a truth. Each generation of America is brainwashed and indoctrinated into a war of some kind. It's a wonder how the rest of the world gets along and has existed without constant war. But America, a land not even 300 years old, has a war for every generation. How many times do we have to do this dance before you realize the song is on repeat? So I ask you, as you go to the polls, how will you vote knowing that the people in power continue to lie to get their war and destruction and death? That's what I'd like you to chew on, because it's kept me up all night, you guys. This, especially on this news of more Americans going into the Middle East. I honestly can't sleep. And I want us together to see this as a string of lies and say, no more.
A lot of people in the chat saying 100% truth, 100% truth. Well said, well said. And I will vouch for that. Last night, tossing and turning, I rolled over at like 3 a.m. and my wife was missing. I'm like, where the hell is she?
I got up at 3:40.
She couldn't get up. She couldn't sleep, and thinking about this last night. And yeah, I mean, people sort of like blindly walk along with this stuff, and they are force feeding you. You're going to see tonight on the nightly newscast, you'll watch CBS, ABC, NBC, all of Lester Holt, all of that crap. And they're going to be pushing American forces heading there because it's a threat to you right now, threat to America. Don't fall for it. It's not a threat to the United States of America. It's a threat when we make it a threat. When we stick our noses and put bases in these locations and place our bases in Syria and Lebanon and all of these other spots in Iraq and Afghanistan, this is when it becomes a problem for the United States of America. And then we open our southern border and we let these people walk right in. So again, this is why it's so troubling. And I was looking at a poll today. The number one thing on Americans' minds right now is the prices, high prices. The second thing is immigration. War is not even on the list. Like war wasn't even on the list.
Move it up the list, please. I implore you for my children, if not for yours.
We got
yeah.
Well, we got more news to get to here on your Tuesday, because the United States right now, the United States Congress is preparing for a mass casualty event. What? Yeah, the United States Congress can't get its head together right now on a budget. Can't figure out a continuing resolution right now to keep our government running. They want to spend more money on war. They've got that They've got that handled. Democrats couldn't manage to vote yesterday for the Violence Against Women Act, which would have prevented, caused the deportation of illegal immigrants who are involved in some sort of violence. No, Democrats couldn't vote for that, but they can get on the same page right now for a mass casualty event. We'll talk about that in a second. But first, today's show is brought to you by our friends at Aura. It's really important time to. You can't make this up. It used to be that the deep state forces sort of operated in the shadows. We didn't know what they were doing. And now they're operating sort of right out in the public, force feeding information right to our members of Congress and force feeding it to the Mockingbird media. Congress is openly telling us right now that they are prepping for a mass casualty event in Washington, D.C. Yes, mass assassinations of our members of Congress. I'm talking over 100 members of Congress killed in a single event. They're preparing for it, according to the Washington Post, and now confirmed by Politico. A bipartisan group of congressmen are suddenly concerned about the nation's preparedness for a catastrophic event. They're rolling out a plan for the 28th Amendment called the Continuity Amendment. Continuity of Government Amendment. So get this. They would allow members of Congress to be rapidly replaced in the event that 100 or more of them are suddenly killed. Because when you see these headlines from like the Washington Post and you read these stories from Politico, I want all of you to go a layer deeper. Like, what's the real goal here? First of all, it's to scare you, number one, right? That's what they're hoping to do, to scare you. Who knows if there's some sort of a false flag? Who the hell knows? Anyway, their main goal is to scare you. And then you want to go a layer deeper and find out exactly what they're trying to do here. So if 100 members of Congress are suddenly killed, no election would be needed, according to this new continuity of government plan. No election. Instead, no voters involved in a mass change of our government. Not at all. No voters allowed. Sound familiar? Like, I don't know, the Obama coup that just removed President Biden from the ticket from running for office again without any voting by Democratic voters, placed Kamala Harris as the presumptive nominee.
Yes.
Sound familiar?
That happened
No
in the year
voters.
2024.
We had a coup in the United States a few weeks ago, a Democratic coup in the United States a few weeks ago. And they removed a sitting president from the ticket, replaced him with their new puppet. And they did it all without you voting anything. It's amazing, actually. Sounds like something you'd hear about in North Korea, and we'd be mocking it. But no, it happened right here. Right now, the current rules necessitate special elections to fill
Isn't it
vacant
funny? We
seats.
think that the Donbass region, they voted to join Russia. They voted over 80%. And they said, and the United says, that's a sham election. The people didn't really want it. We don't, unless we see that everyone votes, then we don't respect it. That's what the Democrats say. Kamala Harris gets 0 votes. Legit.
Right.
Totally cool.
Someone in our chat just said, let me scroll back up here. It says someone, sounds like, oh yeah, Autumn Hill says they sound like they're pulling a Ukraine. Yeah, that's kind of what
Right?
it sounds like. They're pulling a Ukraine. So get this. This would allow members of Congress to be rapidly replaced in the event that 100 or more of them are suddenly killed. No election needed, no voters involved at all. Right now, the current rules necessitate special elections to fill vacant seats, right? A member of Congress dies in a plane crash. Special election. A member of Congress dies in a car crash. Special election. America has had hundreds of special elections since the late 1700s. And they're actually fascinating. If you want to actually dive deep into all of the special elections, they're really interesting. Some people just choose not to serve. Like they're elected and they're like, nah, I'm not going to serve. Oh, okay, now we need to have a special election. Others died in car crashes, mysterious circumstances. So we've had hundreds of these over the years. Back since the 1700s, we've dealt with it. But now, suddenly, 40 days before an election, Congress is really focused on this. Red flags everywhere. So America's had hundreds of those. But what has changed right now? Like, what has changed right now, 40 days before an election? Let's put a pin in that for a second. Could it have anything to do with a 2016 study of special elections that the House of Representatives decided to do. So the House of Representatives put out their own study to see how, this was during Obama's time in office in 2016, to see how special elections were carried out. It found that during special elections, the number one factor that determined if a candidate would win in a sudden special election was the approval of the president. So if Trump is hugely popular, then a special candidate would likely win that special election. If the president is hated, then they're likely to lose. So the number one factor for the success of a candidate in these special elections is the popularity of the president of the United States at the time. Pretty interesting, because I guess there's not a lot of other time right now with a special election, so the popularity of the president really drives the narrative here. In other words, if you have a Democrat running and Kamala is president and the country thinks she's a disaster, well, then the candidate likely loses that special election, because according to this study by the House of Representatives, right now we have a 49-day time limit to hold special elections, but Congress thinks that's too long. And they would get rid of that election, and instead, here's how the amendment would work. Lawmakers would submit a list of 5 successors from their own party to the state governor. In the event of a mass casualty incident, hundreds of members of Congress are killed, wiped out. The governor then would appoint one of these nominees as the replacement, ensuring that the legislative body remains operational until they could get their act together and then hold an election. But right away, the governor would choose based on those selections from their party. Okay, no voters needed. You don't need a vote. You don't need voters in this. But here's where it gets tricky. Passing a constitutional amendment, of course, is nearly impossible in the United States. We don't have very many of them, and for good reason. It requires a 2/3 majority to vote in both the House and the Senate, followed by a ratification from 3/4 of the state legislatures in the country. But the bigger question is, why now? Do they know something we don't? Are we facing a mass casualty event that we need to be made aware of? Do you have some information you'd like to share with us on this? Could it have anything to do with the wide open southern borders and the amount of military-aged men that have now come into the United States armed? I'd like to know about this. Are the warmongers in the deep state planning to take us to war with Iran, with Russia? Is that what the Biden administration is trying to do? And the Pentagon? Certainly looks that way. Certainly looks that way. A nuclear strike on D.C. while Congress is in session? Or imagine a State of the Union address when everyone is in the same room, for crying out loud. What are they exactly hiding here? I would love to know. There are no such things as coincidences in Washington, D.C. Why now, with 40 days before an election, are they pushing forth on a 28th Amendment to the Constitution for a continuity of government? You think it's a coincidence? Why is Congress right now doing this? So just so you understand, over the past 15 years, we've seen a number of close calls. AOC terrified for her life. You know, she was the January 6th. Remember AOC? She almost thought she was going to get killed. She was not even in the building. She was in a totally other building, but she was terrified. In a building down the street. We've seen shootings. We've seen train crashes, right? We've seen all sorts of different things. We've seen 2017, a gunman opened fire at a GOP baseball practice, nearly killing House Minority Whip Steve Scalise. Lawmakers are concerned that illegal guns are coming across the southern border in the hands of gang members that could lead to a mass casualty event. But all of this is moot, right? Because right now, our continuity of government protocols in the event of a national emergency take the power away from Congress, and the president has to put it into this guy's hands. This guy right here is, let me see if I can get my images up here. Next image, find the next image.
Sorry, I can't help you. I'm sitting over here.
I'm trying. All right. No, that's the wrong one. Next image. Oh, well, we'll get the images up later. But anyway, this is Gregory Gallo. A name you guys should all learn. Here he is. He is the commander of NORAD and NORTHCOM, which means that in a continuity of government scenario where national security is at risk, he becomes our leader. The head of NORAD becomes our leader. He basically becomes the acting head of government. He calls the shots, not Tim Walz, not J.D. Vance. The head of NORAD becomes our leader in the case of a catastrophic event. and an invasion of our country. NORAD even boasts about it on their own Twitter feed, talking about how, yeah, that's what NORAD does, enables continuity of government operations. And he's in Washington right now having meetings about continuity of government. Okay, it's all interesting timing, isn't it? That's the law. So if Biden dies or resigns and Kamala Harris becomes president, but not if there's an invasion of the United States. Under the law, General George Gallo becomes our leader. So the timing of this 28th Amendment proposal on the cusp of a major election right now raises some serious eyebrows. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on this in the comments below, what you guys think about this. Let us know.
Salute, Queen.
Israeli cities has this footage capturing missile strikes on northern Israeli cities has sent ripples through both Israeli society and the government, exacerbating tensions already at a breaking point. The images of precision missile strike and the immediate aftermath, even if not independently verified, paint a grim picture of the escalating conflict. As missiles continue to rain down on Kiryat Shmona and surrounding areas, the sense of vulnerability among the local population deepens. The ongoing military operations between Israel and its northern neighbor have sparked a new wave of crises, severely impacting not only the Israeli occupation's military, but also its economy and the overall psyche of its population. A barrage of missile strikes has hammered northern regions of Israel, with footage emerging of the relentless attacks. One video, described by analysts as some of the most intense footage of the conflict thus far, shows missiles slamming into Israeli targets with remarkable precision, triggering multiple explosions in rapid succession. While the authenticity of the video remains unverified by the OMT news team, reports indicate the strikes took place near Kiryat Shmona, a town in the Upper Galilee, close to the border. Despite efforts to suppress our voices, we remain committed to delivering truthful, fact-based news and analysis from Lebanon and Gaza. Your support is crucial in ensuring independent journalism thrives. Please like and share this content with those around you, and subscribe to help us reach a wider audience. Kiryat Shmona is a small, unassuming town, but its significance to Israel goes far beyond its size. Located right on the border with Lebanon, it holds immense strategic importance. This isn't just because of its proximity to Lebanon, but also due to the way the town serves as a buffer zone for the rest of Israel. When tensions rise, as they often do in the north, Kiryat Shmona becomes the front line, both literally and symbolically. Its location places it at the heart of any conflict that spills over from Lebanon, making it a critical point for Israel's defense strategy. From a military perspective, Kiryat Shmona is seen as a gateway. If anything were to happen here, it would be felt across the northern region. This is why the town is frequently fortified and why the Israeli military is always present in some capacity. Its role as a launch point for past military operations into southern Lebanon further emphasizes its importance. The town isn't just a target because it's close to the border. It's also a key position that helps monitor and manage potential threats from the north. In recent days, Israeli media reported approximately 50 missiles fired towards Kiryat Shmona and surrounding areas, some intercepted by defense systems, but many making direct contact. Explosions rocked the city, with visible impacts recorded in various locations one after another. Early in the morning, at about 9:30 a.m., more rockets were detected crossing into northern Israel from Lebanon, with some projectiles evading interception, while others fell in open areas or were neutralized by defense systems. Fragments from intercepted rockets fell throughout the Galilee, with one particularly large 60-kilogram piece landing near the city hall in Nof HaGalil, a town overlooking Nazareth and the Jezreel Valley. The ongoing strikes have left a mark on Israeli infrastructure and its civilians. The Galilee Medical Center in Nahariya reported 9 people injured by the rocket barrage. These included 2 young women, aged 19 and 20, as well as 2 middle-aged women who were injured while seeking shelter during an alarm. Other victims included a married couple who sustained head injuries when a rocket landed near their vehicle. Several others were hurt in their desperate attempts to reach protected areas, highlighting the deep sense of fear permeating the civilian population in the north. While the physical destruction is evident in the damaged vehicles and warehouses in places like Kiryat Shmona, the psychological and social toll is equally significant. Residents of the affected areas, many of whom have lived in proximity to such conflicts for years, are increasingly vocal about their frustration with the government's inability to offer sufficient protection. The mayors and municipal leaders across northern Israel have expressed outrage over what they call decades-long neglect of proper defense infrastructure. Yossi Karkon, the mayor of Saft, shared his community's anxieties, saying that half of their population lacks adequate protection from these attacks. The sentiment was echoed by Michael Kabsa, head of the Hatzor Haglilit Regional Council, who recounted how missiles destroyed vehicles and shook the daily lives of his residents. The failure of the Israeli government to address these long-standing security issues has left many citizens feeling abandoned. The fear is palpable as local leaders lament the lack of preparedness, despite the constant threat posed by their northern adversary. Schools in many parts of the north have been closed, with the Israeli occupation Homefront Command extending the shutdown of education systems to areas south of the Haifa-Tiberias line. In the Carmel Mountain Ridge and Jezreel Valley, students are now confined to distance learning, disrupting daily routines and deepening the sense of instability. Economically, these ongoing strikes have compounded the strain on Israel's northern regions. Businesses, already suffering from the loss of tourism and trade due to the conflict, now face the challenge of operating in a war zone. The damage to infrastructure, including warehouses, cars, and municipal buildings, creates added financial burdens for both local governments and private enterprises. For many, the continuous missile strikes have made daily life unrecognizable, with local economies grinding to a halt as people focus on survival rather than commerce. Militarily, these attacks present a serious challenge for Israel's occupation forces. Despite the sophistication of Israel's missile defense systems, the sheer volume of projectiles and the precision of the attacks demonstrate a capability that is forcing the Israeli military to rethink its strategy. The ability of these adversaries to bypass Israel's defense systems at times has raised questions about the effectiveness of the Iron Dome and other protective measures. Additionally, the concentrated nature of the strikes has targeted not just military installations, but also critical civilian infrastructure, suggesting a shift in tactics aimed at weakening Israel's internal cohesion. The psychological impact of the ongoing strikes on the Israeli population cannot be overstated. For years, the people in northern Israel have lived with the looming threat of cross-border conflicts, but the intensity of the current strikes has escalated the sense of vulnerability. With rockets falling indiscriminately and defense systems not always able to guarantee safety, many Israelis are struggling with feelings of insecurity and abandonment by their government. The frustration voiced by local leaders speaks to a larger issue of trust between the population and the authorities, as the northern communities feel they have been left on the front lines without sufficient support. The psychological strain is also evident in the schools, where the closure of education systems for extended periods of time has disrupted the lives of children and parents alike. For young people, growing up in a region where alarms and missile strikes are a daily occurrence, the constant state of alertness is taking a toll on their mental health. Parents, meanwhile, are forced to juggle the responsibilities of work, safety, and their children's education, all while living under the constant threat of attack. As these missile strikes continue, it becomes increasingly clear that this is not just a military confrontation, but a multifaceted crisis that touches on the economic, psychological, and social fabric of Israel. The residents of the north, while resilient, are beginning to express a growing sense of desperation. With no end to the conflict in sight, the question now looms. How long can these communities withstand the pressure before the cracks in their morale and infrastructure become too large to ignore? For Israel's leadership, the stakes are high. Not only must they manage the military resistance from across the border, but they must also contend with the rising discontent from within, as their citizens demand more protection and greater attention to their long-neglected security needs, some that can only be achieved through political negotiations with adversaries, not war.
Honolulu, January 11th. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. So, fears of imminent catastrophe mount as Hezbollah hits back amid Israeli airstrikes. There's no jokes with this, right? So there's full-out war happening now, it looks like, between Lebanon and Israel, just exactly what Benjamin Netanyahu wanted. He wants full-on war with Lebanon and Iran, if possible. That's what he wants. That's what he wanted war with Iraq, he got it. He wanted war with Syria, he got it. He wanted war with Libya, he got it. He wants war with Lebanon, he's got it. And now if we could stay out of Iran, a war with Iran, that'll be a miracle. But I don't think Trump and JD Vance will be able to resist it, and Kamala Harris will certainly do it. It cannot be overstated enough. There is no military solution that will make either side safer. That's true. Here's what Dan Cohen says, friend of the show. He says, Israel will be able to destroy more of Lebanon than Hezbollah can of Israel. But Israel is not accustomed to the damage Hezbollah will be able to inflict, and for an extended time period. Israel's national psyche, traumatized, weak, and divided because of an identity crisis endemic to Zionism, can't withstand such pressure. If this is a war of ideologies, Zionism isn't built to last. Whereas the ideology of the axis of resistance draws from a deeper well. Israel initiating a full-scale war on Lebanon looks to be another escalation in the process of its own implosion and self-destruction. I say fingers crossed. That's what I say. The idea that I need to be convinced that there needs to be an Israel, and why was England in a position to give away someone else's land in Palestine? Oh, if you go back to the Bible 40,000 years ago, there were Jews and Palestinians living in harmony until they did the Balfour Declaration and then the Nakba. So this idea that Jews don't feel safe, you know what's making Jews unsafe is Israel's warmongering. What Israel's doing in Palestine, in Gaza, in the West Bank right now, what it's doing in Lebanon, what it did with Syria. That's what's making Jews less safe around the world. All the Jews I know live in New York, Florida, Hollywood, feels perfectly safe. But he says this is it. So Israel doing this is an escalation in the process of its own implosion and self-destruction. Fears of an all-out Middle East war mounted Sunday as Hezbollah fired more than 100 rockets into Israel, whose military continued bombing targets in southern Lebanon while moving troops and tanks and other equipment toward the northern border. During a Sunday funeral speech for 3 members killed in Israeli airstrikes, Hezbollah Deputy Secretary General Naim Qassem declared an open-ended battle with Israel is underway. Hezbollah is reeling from last week's unprecedented surprise attack on communication devices that killed dozens of people and wounded thousands more, as well as an Israeli airstrike on Beirut suburbs that have slain dozens of Lebanese, including women and children, and injured scores more. The dead include senior Hezbollah commander Ibrahim Akil. We admit that we are pained. We are humans, but as we are pained, you will also be pained, Qassem told mourners at Akil's funeral, directing his remarks to Israel. In Israel, air raid warnings. I thought they had the Iron Dome.
Yeah.
Apparently that Iron Dome's all bullshit. Blared warnings of incoming Hezbollah rocket fire that penetrated further south in Israel than at any time in nearly 2 decades, sending residents scrambling for shelters. Israel media reported 13 people injured, one of them seriously, and heavy damage to homes and cars, as officials closed schools, limited gatherings, and ordered hospitals to move patients in the north. The Israeli Defense Forces moved troops, tanks, and other equipment toward the border with Lebanon. Numerous social media posts said Israeli reservists had received emergency call-up orders known as Tzav 8s. Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu said Sunday that his far-right government would take whatever action is necessary to restore security. That's over with. In the northern part of Israel, no country can accept the wanton rocketing of our cities. We can't accept it either. Hezbollah said it would not stop fighting until Israel stops its assault on Gaza, for which it is on trial for genocide at the International Court of Justice. So again, the United States, ever since World War II, we've been on the wrong side of every conflict, pretty much. And we're on the wrong side of this one. Janine Hennis-Plasschaert, the United Nations envoy for Lebanon, said on Twitter that with the region on the brink of an imminent catastrophe, it cannot be overstated enough. There is no military solution to make either side safer. No, it's not going to be safer. I'll tell you that. European Union Foreign Policy Chief and European Commission Vice President Joseph Borrell said on social media Sunday that the EU is extremely concerned by the escalation in Lebanon following Friday's attacks in Beirut and the increasing cross-border violence between Israel and Hezbollah. Civilians on both sides are paying an enormous price. An immediate ceasefire is needed. In the United States, White House National Security spokesman John Kirby told ABC's This Week on Sunday that the Biden administration, which supplies Israel with billions of dollars in arms and diplomatic cover, is involved in extensive and quite assertive diplomacy. Really? 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 How's that working out for you? You've been doing diplomacy since October 7th. How's that working out? We want to make sure that we can continue. You know how you make the diplomacy work? You take the arms and money away from Israel and you make them force a peace deal and stop bombing Gaza. That's how you do it. We want to make sure that we can continue to do everything we can to try to prevent this from becoming it's like, hey, I'm going to give you all the booze that you want, alcoholic, but I'm going to try to diplomacy you into quitting drinking. We still believe that there can be time and space for a diplomatic solution there. Really? You think? That'd be surprising. Israeli strike. So here, I had to black out. So there's a big bomb going off here. I had to white it out or else they'll demonetize this. I'm not allowed to show any of that stuff. So Israeli strikes killed 492 in heaviest daily toll in Lebanon since the 1975 to 90 civil war. Israel says it hit 1,300 targets in escalating conflict with Hezbollah, and tens of thousands flee their homes. Full-scale war. This is from Megatron. Hezbollah is now retaliating fiercely after Israel's massive bombing of Lebanon, which has killed over 270 civilians so far across the country. Missiles fall in Haifa, Tel Aviv, and Jewish settlements on the West Bank. Israel started to hit Beirut as well. Israel has started to hit Beirut as well. And then Dr. Eli David put this out. Beirut, this is the before photo. This is what Beirut looks like. And then the after photos coming through. So he's saying that Israel's going to flatten Beirut. So Bibi's getting what he wants. Full-scale war. Good luck, everybody. The Harris, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, they're all for supporting Israel in this war. So is Donald Trump and Bobby Kennedy. And doesn't seem like there's any way out of a war there. And that a lot of people say that's where World War III is going to start. We'll see.
Israel launched a horrific attack inside Lebanon this September, which injured nearly 3,000 people and killed dozens, including 4 children. In order to carry out this attack, Israeli intelligence agents put explosives inside pagers and walkie-talkies that then blew up, causing chaos and mayhem in Lebanon. Now, defenders of Israel say that the targets of the attack were militants from the armed group Hezbollah, but in reality, many civilians were injured and some were killed in this attack. And in response, the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has said that this is an act of war against Lebanon as a country. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah said, quote, "It is an act of war against the people of Lebanon, Lebanon's sovereignty. It is a declaration of war." The Washington Post reported that U.S. officials know it was Israel behind the attack. And I'll be looking at reports showing how U.S. intelligence agencies knew that Israel was planning this attack for years. U.S. officials also told NBC News that they know that Israel was behind this attack. And they acknowledged in this report that among the 4 children killed in this Israeli attack were an 11-year-old boy and a 9-year-old girl. The girl who was killed by Israel was in 4th grade. Her name was Fatima Abdullah, and her family already held a heartbreaking funeral. Now, this Israeli attack has unleashed massive global backlash, and many people are saying that it is an act of terrorism. In fact, even the former director of the CIA, Leon Panetta, has said that Israel's attack in Lebanon using pagers is a, quote, form of terrorism, end quote. The former director of the CIA, which is the master of carrying out terror attacks like this, assassinations, coup attempts, these other very shady covert operations, even they are acknowledging that this is terrorism. Now, despite the fact that civilians were killed and injured in this attack, Israel's supporters will claim, well, it was only targeted against Hezbollah, ignoring the fact that even if some Hezbollah operatives were killed in these explosions, in many cases, they were with their family members. They were driving a car with their family members. They crashed the car and their family members were injured or killed. They were at a grocery store with their family members and it blew up and injured or killed people around them. There were many civilians, including children and women and family members, who were with these people when the pagers and walkie-talkies exploded. This was an act of terrorism. In fact, after the attack, there was a session held by the UN Security Council. And in this meeting, Russia and China denounced this attack. The Russian representative referred to it as a terror attack and pointed out that Israel would not have been able to carry out this terror attack were it not for the support that it has received from the United States. China's representative in the UN Security Council said that his country was shocked that the attack was unheard of and violated international law. He said that the Israeli attack, quote, deserves nothing but condemnation, end quote. The Chinese representative also said that, quote, decisions should be taken to stop Israel from going forward with its aggression. Now, this horrifying attack is historic on many levels. What Israel has done is open Pandora's box. This is going to have massive repercussions around the world, not only politically, but also economically. Because in order to carry out this attack, Israel manufactured these pagers and walkie-talkies using the name of a Hungarian company, so from Europe, that also had an agreement with a Taiwanese technology company to use their brand. So now what we see is a massive backlash with people in the so-called Middle East and West Asia and many other parts of the global South saying that we can no longer trust technology from Western companies or technology created by companies from regions that are allied with the West, like Taiwan, which is part of China, but is governed by authorities that are very pro-Western. So now this Israeli attack has many people asking, can we trust any phones or computers or cars or any other technology that we buy from a US company, from a European company, from a Japanese or South Korean or Taiwanese company? And this is also at a time when the US is waging economic war and a trade war on China and telling people around the world they cannot trust Chinese products, that instead they should only buy products from the West and its allies. But now we know that the US and its allies are willing to weaponize this civilian technology and turn it into bombs to blow up people they don't like. So this is only going to further fragment global supply chains. And this, ironically, could end up helping China by increasing China's popularity in the global South among countries that don't trust the West, the Western countries that colonized them and invaded them and bombed them and occupied them. Instead, they're going to say, we should rely on Chinese supply chains and Chinese technology. In fact, there are reports on Chinese social media of people who run factories that they actually are now flooded with orders from the Middle East, from West Asia, with customers demanding that all of the supply chain must be located inside mainland China. Clearly, there's a lot of demand for Chinese technology, and these customers do not want any part of the supply chain from the West. And this is really what Western governments do not understand. The world today is no longer the world of the 1990s. In fact, today, the majority of countries on Earth have China as their largest trading partner, not the US. In 1990, yes, the US, Germany, and Japan were major industrial powers, and they were the leading trading partners of many countries. But in the past 3 decades, the situation has completely changed. Today, China makes up 35% of the entire world's manufacturing production. The US only makes up 12%, Japan makes up 6%, Germany makes up 4%, and India and South Korea each make up 3%. Now, that is just the data for all manufacturing production. But if you look at the global market share for major technologies, like, for instance, phones, you can see that China is becoming very influential. So if you look for the second quarter of 2024 at the most popular phone brands on Earth by the number of shipments, you can see that number 1 is Samsung, which is South Korean. Number 2 is Apple, which is ostensibly a US company, but in reality, most of the supply chain is located in China. But the remaining, the third, fourth, and fifth most popular phone brands in the world are all Chinese. Xiaomi comes in a close third place, right behind Apple. Vivo, another Chinese company, is in fourth place. And Oppo another Chinese company, is in 5th place. So very quickly, Chinese brands have been catching up with Western rivals. If you look at personal computers, you can see a very similar trend. In 2023, the company with the largest market share, 25% of the global PC market, this is for both desktops and laptops, was Lenovo, 25%. That is a Chinese company, Lenovo. In 2nd place and 3rd place was HP and Dell. Apple was in 4th. And then the 5th and 6th placed companies were Asus and Acer, which are both Taiwanese companies. So yes, the US companies do have a larger market share globally in the PC market for desktops and laptops, but that's also changing over time. And Chinese competitors are going to have more and more market share. And this is before Israel and the US and Western allies weaponized the supply chain and weaponized the civilian technology and turned it into bombs to kill people. This trend is now going to accelerate as more and more people in the global south say, we can no longer trust Western technology. Instead, let's buy technology from China or Russia or other manufacturers. Now, let's provide some context here. One of the questions that many people have been asking is, where did these pagers and walkie-talkies come from? How did Israel put the explosives in this technology that then blew up and killed dozens of people and injured thousands in Lebanon? Well, the New York Times published a report that provides information from the inside. Of course, the New York Times is very closely linked to US spy agencies like the CIA. And in this report, they cite anonymous US intelligence officials. It is titled, "How Israel Built a Modern-Day Trojan Horse Exploding Pagers." This article, which, by the way, pointed out that 4 Lebanese children were killed in the Israeli terror attack, it quotes 12 current and former defense and intelligence officials who were briefed on the attack and say that Israel was behind it. They revealed that Israel created a shell company that posed as an international producer of pagers. The name of the company was BAC Consulting, and it was officially based in Hungary, in Europe. And Hungary, which is a very right-wing government, is very closely allied with Israel. Hungarian leader Viktor Orban has praised Netanyahu. He's extremely anti-Muslim and very anti-Palestinian, and he has joined the US in UN votes in opposing Palestinian human rights, in supporting Israel's occupation, and supporting Israeli colonialism. So Israel created this shell company based in Hungary called BAC Consulting, and they were under contract to produce walkie-talkies and pagers on behalf of the Taiwanese company Gold Apollo, but it was an Israeli front. So this is very important. They were under a Taiwanese name, Gold Apollo. And the Taiwanese authorities have claimed that they had nothing to do with this. They knew nothing about this. I'm pretty skeptical about that. But regardless, the point is that Taiwan is involved, Hungary is involved, and Israel was the one that carried this out. Israel also created other shell companies to mask the identities of the people behind the operation, which were Israeli intelligence officers. And BAC, this Hungarian company that was created by Israel, they actually had ordinary clients, and it did produce ordinary pagers for people. So this again shows that Israel, with the support of the Western powers, has weaponized civilian technology and the global supply chain. Furthermore, this is not the only example of this. This article in the New York Times pointed out that Israel has acquired new means to hack into phones, activating microphones and cameras remotely to spy, and therefore Hezbollah ordered its supporters, its operatives, to not use any cell phones, not even encrypted messaging apps, because they know that Israel can spy on people and use their phones regardless of the software. They're using the hardware. This is why Hezbollah has banned the use of cell phones in all meetings and in any discussion of sensitive operations. And this is why they were using walkie-talkies and pagers. The New York Times concluded this report, noting that people in Lebanon, quote, now live in a world in which the most common of communication devices can be transformed into instruments of death, end quote. But it's not just people in Lebanon. It's everyone. It's all of us. The US and its allies, like in Israel and in Europe, in places like Hungary, its allies in Taiwan, the separatists that the US backs in Taiwan that are trying to separate from China, despite the fact that, according to international law, Taiwan is part of China. All of these different people, these different groups, their companies cannot be trusted anymore. And more people in the global south, countries, companies, are now going to seek alternatives, and it's going to fragment global supply chains as they seek alternatives to Western technology. And this is so ironic because for years, the US government has been telling people around the world, you cannot trust Chinese technology. You cannot trust anything created by Huawei because supposedly Huawei will spy on you. The US ordered its vassals in Europe to remove any Huawei technology from their telecommunications infrastructure. And pretty much all of the governments in Europe obediently obeyed. They went along with what the US wanted and removed Huawei. And now this has led, for instance, in the UK to Britain having some of the worst internet connections, some of the worst 5G connections in the industrialized world. The irony is that Washington's accusations against Huawei are deeply hypocritical because it is exactly what the US does. As Business Insider, the mainstream media outlet, noted, this is a headline, quote, the US says Huawei has been spying through backdoors designed for law enforcement, which is what the US has been pressuring tech companies to do for years. Back in 2015, the director of the US National Security Agency, the NSA, which is notorious for spying on people, the NSA director admitted that the US spy agency has been putting backdoors in technology companies. I'm reading an article from The Guardian in 2015, quote, the National Security Agency Director, Mike Rogers, on Monday sought to calm a chorus of doubts about the government's plans to maintain built-in access to data held by U.S. technology companies, end quote. He referred to them as backdoors, and he claimed that they would not ruin international markets for U.S. technology products. Well, maybe he was right about that, but today, now, turning these devices into bombs that could blow up and kill you, I think that definitely is going to ruin the reputation of these companies in international markets. And by the way, the NSA not only spies on its own citizens, but the NSA has been spying on many countries around the world, including leaders of countries that are supposedly US allies, like Germany. Famously, this was exposed by WikiLeaks a decade ago, that the NSA had tapped the German government and was listening to the phone calls of Germany's longtime leader, Angela Merkel. The reason we learned about this in the first place was because the former CIA and NSA whistleblower, Edward Snowden, he released a bunch of information back in 2013 and 2014, exposing how the NSA was spying on the entire world. And then later in 2021, the government of Denmark admitted that they had been helping the US to spy on Angela Merkel and to spy on other governments in Europe. This is how the US treats its so-called allies. Imagine how the US treats its adversaries. And by the way, back in 2014, when Edward Snowden leaked this information, it was reported that the NSA had hacked into the servers of Huawei. This is at a time when Huawei was not a household name. Not many people in the West knew about the company. It was growing very quickly. But in 2023, Huawei confirmed that it was true that the NSA had hacked the headquarters of Huawei. So as it is said, Every accusation is a confession. All of the accusations that the US makes about China are psychological projection for what the US does around the world, putting in back doors to spy on people, doing mass surveillance of its own citizens and people around the world. And of course, Israel does this as well. We know this from the Lebanon pager attack, but the Washington Post reported back in 2021 on the infamous Israeli company NSO Group and its spyware Pegasus. The Washington Post noted that military-grade spyware licensed by this Israeli company was used to hack dozens of smartphones belonging to journalists, human rights activists, and business executives. Reuters also reported on this back in 2023. This article is titled, Israeli Spyware Used to Hack Across 10 Countries, Microsoft and Watchdogs Say. This report cited another Israeli company, which is called Quadream, which is different from the other spy company, NSO Group. And it noted that this Israeli company's hacking tools were used against journalists, opposition figures, and advocacy organizations across at least 10 countries, including people in North America and Europe. And in fact, this September, just a few days after the Israeli terror attack inside Lebanon, the president of Ireland, a Western ally, a part of Europe, the president of Ireland accused Israel of spying on him. He said that Israel had somehow gotten access to a letter that he had sent, a private letter that he had sent to Iran, a diplomatic letter. Israel leaked this confidential private letter that was written by the president of Ireland. It shows how little the Israeli regime cares about the privacy of other countries in the West that are supposedly allies. This shows once again that every accusation made by the West is a confession, and why it's laughable when you read media outlets in the West claim, like in this article in USA Today, how to avoid Chinese tech that may be spying on you. We're told to be afraid that China is spying on us. Meanwhile, the US government and Israel are spying on us and spying on the entire world illegally. But the US government has been trying to scare us for years, claiming that China could be spying on us and that we're susceptible to national security threats posed by China. In 2022, the US Department of Defense published a very long report titled Securing Defense Critical Supply Chains. This was created in response to an executive order that was passed by President Biden, in which he called for the US government to review all of its supply chains to remove any vulnerabilities linked to China. Also in 2022, the US-China Economic and Security Review Commission published a report for the Congress. In this document, they claimed that, quote, the United States is vulnerable to a number of threats stemming from the concentration of many critical supply chain segments in China, including active pharmaceutical ingredients, rare earth elements, castings and forgings, and others, end quote. And they called for the US to diversify the supply chain, to fragment the supply chain, so they're no longer reliant on China. Members of US Congress, especially anti-China hawks, have introduced legislation calling for the US to end its dependence on Chinese supply chains. This has become a very big talking point in Washington. So we've been told to be afraid of China, but in reality, we can now see that it is Israel that has weaponized these supply chains and turned civilian technology into bombs to kill people, including they killed 4 children. And the US government has claimed that it had nothing to do with this attack. Secretary of State Antony Blinken claimed that the US did not know about this attack. But this is contradicted by the statements made by anonymous US intelligence officials who revealed how Israel planned this operation over years. They knew about this. So if the US government knew about this attack for years, and they now want to claim that they had nothing to do with it, at the very least, they gave their green light to Israel to carry out this attack. Because the US knew about it, and if they were opposed to it, because they knew it would kill civilians like 4 children, which is what it did, then they would have stopped Israel. They would have said, look, you can't do this. this would be an act of terrorism. So at the very least, if the US wasn't directly involved, it is complicit because it knew that Israel was planning this terrorist attack and did nothing to stop it. And now what we see is that after years of US trade war and economic war on China and fragmentation of the supply chains, we're seeing a further acceleration of fragmentation of these supply chains. And there was a very interesting article that was published by Bloomberg and republished in the Japan Times titled "Exploding Pagers Attack Shakes Global Trust in Supply Chain Security." This report cites US government officials who say if Israel can do this, China can do it too. So ironically, they're fear-mongering about China doing exactly what their own ally did with at least implicit US backing. But what's fascinating about this report is it cites former US intelligence officials who acknowledge that this is not an isolated case. A former senior US intelligence official said that this is simply the latest and most dramatic of a number of supply chain attacks underway around the world. They said that interdiction operations, where goods are intercepted and tampered with before delivery to their ultimate recipient, are rampant. A former FBI official said, quote, "Infiltrating a supply chain is a pretty standard tool of intelligence services." And they say the FBI claims that China has been doing this. But the article reveals that US spies have a history of taking advantage of America's dominance in many supply chains to insert technologies to target rivals. And as an example, the US and Israeli officials carried out a cyber attack inside Iranian infrastructure using the Stuxnet virus. A similar article in the New York Times also admits that the US has been carrying out similar operations, and potentially we could see more of these supply chain attacks in the future. This article in the New York Times is titled "Israel's Pager Attacks Have Changed the World," and it was written by a lecturer at Harvard University. He wrote that our international supply chains for computerized equipment leave us vulnerable. He noted that the tactics employed by Israel have been used for years. So this is not isolated. This has been going on for years. And he said that our computers are vulnerable. Our cars, our refrigerators, our home thermostats are all vulnerable to these kinds of attacks that Israel and US spy agencies have been carrying out. In this article in the New York Times, this Harvard lecturer pointed out that the United States itself has done this. The NSA has intercepted communications equipment in transit and modified it, using it to spy on people. The NSA did this to spy on Syria, intercepting a router from Cisco, which is an American company. So now we know that no one can trust Cisco anymore because the US will use it to spy on you and maybe use it to blow you up, to kill you. This article also reveals that the FBI has been intercepting technology and using cell phones to spy on people. He said, our supply chains are vulnerable, which means that we are vulnerable. Yeah, we're vulnerable to being blown up by the US and Israel. He also cited the Stuxnet virus, which was planted by the US and Israel inside Iran's infrastructure. But another example is self-driving cars and EVs. In fact, in 2017, WikiLeaks released CIA cables, which reveal that the CIA can hack cars. And in 2015, a reporter from Wired magazine allowed hackers to remotely take over his car while he was driving, and the hackers disabled the engine while he was on a highway. And we now know that the CIA can do the same thing. So now we know that the CIA can hack your car and kill you, or that the CIA and the FBI and the NSA have a history of intercepting this technology in different parts of the supply chain and putting in surveillance technology. We now know that they can put in explosives to kill you. So why would anyone trust technology from the US and Western countries? I think a lot of people are going to say, we should develop our own technology, or at the very least, if we can't, we should get this technology from China. And this is exactly what's happening, especially for countries that are not obedient Western proxies. They're saying, well, China seems to be more reliable because at least China doesn't invade countries. It doesn't bomb countries. It doesn't impose unilateral sanctions on countries and organize coup attempts and regime change operations like the US does constantly. The US is waging war around the world. The US has 800 foreign military bases. So the point I'm getting at here, it's so important to understand that Israel has opened Pandora's box. This Israeli terrorist attack in Lebanon is not just about Lebanon. It's not just about the Middle East, about West Asia. It's not just about the possibility of a wider regional war. Those are, of course, very important issues as well. And they're things that I talk about a lot here at Geopolitical Economy Report. But this issue is global. It involves the entire global economy, and it's going to blow back majorly on Western companies. It's going to fragment supply chains. It has very significant consequences. Now, there is still more that I could talk about here, but this episode is getting really long. I'm going to publish a separate video in which
Hey there, friends. You ever notice something going on and you know something's not right? And you know what's not right. You just can't put your finger on who's responsible and why they're doing what they're doing. It would appear that the FBI just put out, or at least notified everyone, of a $150,000 hit on Donald Trump's life.
Order 11111 confirmed.
That was a movie. This is not.
Brooke Singman has brand new reporting that has come out in the last half hour about the suspect's movements and a note he wrote long before the attempt. Brooke?
Yeah, that's right, guys. So Ryan Ruth will appear in a West Palm Beach courtroom today at 11 a.m. Eastern time. This is the DOJ releases this letter from Ruth where he says, quote, this was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Now, this letter came from a civilian that contacted police after they say Ruth dropped off a box at their house several months prior to the attempt. After learning of the incident, the witness opened this box and found ammunition with the letter that also says he will offer $150,000 to whoever can, quote, complete the job if he failed. The DOJ also saying Ruth had 6 cell phones and 2 license plates, and his internet history revealed he looked up Trump locations into October and had to travel from Palm Beach to Mexico.
So months ago, Ruth drops off at somebody's house a box, and the person didn't open it until Ruth popped up in the news. So obviously, this is just pure conjecture, but obviously, it seems like, just like in the movies, dropped the box off and said, hey, if anything happens to me, open the box. And in the box, ammo, a metal pipe, building materials, tools, 4 phones, various letters. What's interesting is it sounds like he had no intentions of being killed by return fire, because he was trying to figure out how to get to Mexico. The plates on the Nissan not registered, actually that car, so he had a bunch of extra plates. He had 2 additional license plates. He had 6 cell phones in all. He had 12 pairs of gloves.
Can you believe that? Out of all the things the FBI redacts, withholds, will not release, and they release that. Okay, they withhold information on a dead person, Crooks, from the Butler attempted assassination. They withhold his autopsy report. They withhold what psychotropic drugs he's on. They withhold what psychotropic drugs Ruth is probably on, because he's definitely got a mental condition there. They withhold things that don't change the dynamics of the case, in Raul's case, or They don't change anything as far as what anybody is going to think about the case in Crook's case, because he's clearly not going to trial, right? So they'll withhold things that don't change anything, but they'll release essentially a wanted poster for $150K. Now, nobody is dumb enough on our side to think that's legitimate. Why? Because the payer is sitting in jail, and the payer has already told the court system so that he could get a state-appointed attorney, that he has no money, no savings, no assets, anything like that. The problem is people on the left lie so much that somebody probably believes he's got $150K sitting around somewhere. And somebody could act on this. Now, no professional will. We're not going to have professionals that do that because they can't be that stupid, right? But for the FBI to withhold so much other information and decide that this is the thing they want to release is earth-shattering to me. I can't for the life of me wrap my head around this. They know how many incomplete people there are out there that can't function, or Ralph himself, or Ruth, however you want to pronounce his name. This guy's a nut. So that guy is the perfect example of the kind of person that would be influenced by some kind of a reward of $150K for taking out Donald Trump. Are they trying to get this man killed? You watch. What they're going to do is they're going to come out and go, hey, you told us you wanted us to be transparent. Now you're telling us you don't want to be transparent. You know what? Can you send us a list of things that you would prefer us to choose from? Give us a multiple choice, maybe like a shopping list, if you will. Send us a shopping list of things that you either could withhold or you could release, and let us decide, because you clearly are too stupid to decide. And back to who's making those calls. We know who's making these calls. The FBI is making these calls. Christopher Wray is making all these calls to withhold information and then suddenly to be transparent, to release this instead. Nothing useful in this letter, except that we know this has been going on for a little while, because this was months ago that Ruth left this box with, let's see, with ammo, some letters in it, 6 phones, 2 license plates, a metal pipe, 12 gloves, and that's what they decided to release, this. So this is not very helpful. This is totally useless. And this puts the former president in more danger. Now, I have some kind of out there answers, potential answers to some of these questions that I'm asking. Anybody notice how Zelensky was in Pennsylvania today?
Ukrainian President Zelensky visited a Pennsylvania ammunition factory on Sunday to thank workers for producing 155 millimeter artillery shells, a key component in Ukraine's defense against Russian ground forces. The Scranton Army ammunition plant has increased production over the past year, with Ukraine receiving over 3 million shells from the United States. He'll speak to the UN General Assembly and meet with President Joe Biden, as well as Vice President Kamala Harris, to discuss Ukraine's defense needs. Zelensky has been seeking permission to use longer-range missile systems to fire into Russian territory, but the U.S. has been cautious, citing concerns about escalating the conflict. During his visit, Zelensky will also present his plan for victory to Biden, Congress, and other world leaders on Thursday. The U.S. has invested in restarting production lines and now manufactures over 40,000 155 millimeter rounds per month, with plans to increase to 100,000 rounds per month. This effort coincides with the U.S. preparing a $375 million military aid package for the country. Since February of 2022, the U.S. has provided over $55.7 billion in aid to Ukraine.
Celebrating some new bombs and some new warfighting stuff that we are on the hook for, because our federal government would rather our own citizens' stomachs be growling than a Russian not get killed over in a war that does not pertain to us. So Zelensky is over there celebrating here, I should say, in the United States, because he's going back home with a big, giant wad of money again at the expense of us, the taxpayers, the providers. We are his provider. this guy, Ralph or Ruth, had a very strong allegiance to Ukraine. In fact, he disliked Donald Trump as a result of Donald Trump not wanting to take care of Ukraine first. Let's take care of Americans first. Sounds like a pretty good idea as an American. I find it kind of odd that there's $150,000 that we don't know about that Ruth claims he didn't have any. He's penniless. But yet he can leave a war for $150K. Meantime, guess who has all the money in the world right now? Zelensky. I wonder who was writing the check for this $150K. Maybe it is a legitimate reward, and we just dismiss it because of what Ruth told the officials in the court system that he didn't have any money. Now, that is a jump, and I will admit that is a jump. But that sure ain't a jump too far right now. With the times that we're seeing and the crazy stuff that we're seeing go on, we know that there are other people. I'm going to say this. We know there are other people involved. There ain't no way. Remember, we've had possibly 4 different assassination attempts. We've had Butler. We had, I think it was the Pakistani guy that got caught. I forget where he got caught at, but I did a video on it a month or so ago. Then we had, of course, the golf course thing. And then we had the potential thing where people's eyes were burning at a Trump rally in Arizona last week. The last one being, we really don't know because there's not been any real evidence other than doctors saying that something caused this. And there were 5 people that were unrelated and unknown to one another that all had the same thing sitting at the same group over there. That could be seen as a potential attempt on Donald Trump's life. Other than that, there were certainly 3. So these are things that are really happening. That 6 months ago, if you would have said this, we would all been like, there's no way that's happening, man. So when you're dealing with a country as corrupt as Ukraine, their own people are talking about their own citizens in the streets of Kyiv are saying that they think any upwards to 60 to 70% of the money that's being sent over there is not making it to the cause. The politicians are pocketing 60 to 70%. Who has more to lose with Donald Trump becoming president than Zelensky?
For the United States as of this Tuesday morning. There's only 42 days left until the election. And we better wake up to what's happening. We are going through the largest fundamental change in the structure of our country and the United States dollar in our history, period. I've got a couple of big news updates to get to today. These aren't just small stories. They are country-changing items that the mainstream media, of course, is ignoring. But first, on one side, you have a deep state that wants no borders at all in the United States. It wants to control and monitor everything you do. They want to come to your home if you're a legal gun owner. Listen to Kamala Harris.
And just because you legally possess a gun in the sanctity of your locked home doesn't mean that we're not going to walk into that home and check to see if you're being responsible.
Here's what Tucker Carlson said about Kamala's gun statement. This is openly totalitarian. If we don't resist this, we are done. He's absolutely right. And these are the same nut jobs that want a global government run by the United Nations. And the other side wants to return America to what made this country great: closed borders, self-sustaining drilling, manufacturing here at home, increasing tariffs so China can't destroy our country by dumping cheap goods here, by saying Washington will decide how Americans live, not the United Nations or some global cabal led by billionaires like Klaus Schwab. Heck, we don't even know who's currently running the United States. Demented Joe Biden just held his first cabinet meeting in 2024 and immediately turned the meeting over to his wife, Jill, to run the meeting. You can't make this up.
So I'd like to turn it over to Jill and for any comments she has. And it's all yours, kid.
Thank you. You know, sometimes the White House surprises you.
This is unconstitutional. What the hell is happening here? This is why the deep state cabal is so worried about President Trump, because they won't control him. His plan, he just revealed, is to go back to the roots of George Washington's statement about keeping America focused on America. George Washington believed in isolationism. The deep state, though, has tried to make that a bad word, isolationism. It's not. George Washington believed it deeply. keeping foreign governments out of our business, and we stay out of other countries' business. Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, just got attacked by that Ukrainian troll Zelensky for saying we need to end that war. Yeah, that little troll dictator who canceled democratic elections was in Washington yesterday begging for more money, signing missiles and weapons up in Pennsylvania, and lecturing Trump and J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is absolutely sick of it.
I've gotten a lot of flack in the last week because I have the audacity to suggest that before our leaders obsess over a Ukrainian and Russian border 6,000 miles away, maybe they better guarantee the sovereignty of their own country and their own border first. It's just time to stop. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of being told that we have to care more about people 6,000 miles away than we do people like my mom and my grandparents and all the kids who are affected by this crisis.
So turning America away from this form of globalism is Trump's new plan, and they want to kill him for it. I'll talk more about this plan in a minute. But first, yesterday, we learned that Biden's Department of Justice published a bounty letter calling for the assassination of President Trump. Yeah, they published Trump shooter Ryan Routh's letter that said, quote, "I'll pay anyone $150,000 who can complete the job." This is the same DOJ that couldn't release the Tennessee trans shooters manifesto, the nut job that shut up a Christian school, but they can absolutely release a bounty letter to assassinate Trump. They really want him dead. In fact, we just learned from the former Attorney General Bill Barr, he said he was absolutely dumbfounded that the DOJ would release this letter. And he said the only reason they would do it is to risk further violence to the president. This was politically motivated. And this weekend, we learned that the deep state is actively trying to kill Trump by using any means necessary. According to Congressman Matt Gaetz, he's learned that 5 different kill teams are now actively trying to kill former President Trump.
I'll break a little news for you. I had a senior official from the Department of Homeland Security in my office before the second assassination attempt saying that what he has assessed is that there are 5 known assassination teams in the United States.
So there are 5, I just want to follow up, 5 assassination teams. Are they all targeting Trump? Is it other officials?
Yes. No, wow. I should have been clear about that. 5 teams that we know are targeting Trump.
According to the reports, 3 of the kill teams are said to be foreign and 2 are said to be of domestic origin. In other words, our federal government, our deep state cabal, is yes, actively trying to assassinate Trump to stop his election and his plan from being implemented. They are terrified. So why are they trying to kill him? Well, it's very simple. Follow the money. As we record this on this Tuesday morning in New York City, the United Nations is meeting to vote on their new plan for us all. It's called the Pact for the Future. And they've kept it hidden from you. But this new plan by the United Nations would essentially take the power out of our country's hands, place them into a global governing body. This is the United Nations 2.0. They will tell us what to eat, how to travel, how we conduct our finances, controlled by the World Bank. They don't want us using Bitcoin or any other self-empowering currency. They want control. This is happening in New York right now. I spoke to investigative journalist Derek Brose, who's at the United Nations as we speak, and he says Americans have no idea what's coming.
Of course, this whole thing is a major push towards a global government. They don't like to use those terms. They prefer multilateralism or global governance. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing. It's a more empowered UN to act, to compel nations to do whatever they want. And then the other important aspect that we can get into further is the financial aspect. They keep discussing the need for a new Bretton Woods moment. And of course, Bretton Woods is the post-World War II creation of the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank.
It's terrifying. These globalists will stop at nothing. But what they're really scared about is Trump's plan, which ends 70 years of the Bretton Woods Agreement. The agreement put in place after World War II. It worked for many years. America would protect all these countries if they used the US dollar as the reserve currency. America would close down factories, send those factories to your small country, and you would be able to build up some nice wealth. But you've got to use the US dollar. Well, Trump is about to kill all of that. The end of Bretton Woods. Bretton Woods has killed America, and Trump's plan kills it. Remember, Bretton Woods was implemented by a global cabal of millionaires. It's the exact opposite of what George Washington wanted. And there's been no one around to say enough is enough. This is stupid. You mean we're going to spend billions to build up Ukraine's military while our military is crumbling? You mean we're going to offshore this manufacturing so that Europe and other countries can become economic dynamos while America crumbles? Now Trump is about to drop the hammer with his new plan. under this new Trump era, it's an era where America comes back to life. You take the advantages that you gave up to other countries, manufacturing, Bitcoin mining, AI development, energy production, all of it, and you bring it back to America once again. You may love Trump, you may hate Trump, it doesn't really matter. This plan is the reason they're trying to stop him. It's an end to the globalist agenda, and they're terrified of it. They're terrified of losing power. So that's the news update part of today's video. Now I want to talk about today's sponsor, which is tied directly to everything we just
Europe is going on high alert as Russia is now warning tactical nuclear weapons will be used against NATO targets if NATO and the United States do not step off, which they are not showing that they are inclined to do. Now, Hillary Clinton wants criminal charges against anyone who speaks out against NATO. So what I'm about to say, she wants to be criminal, but I'm going to say it anyway and bring it on, you warmongering piece of garbage. We'll get to Hillary in a second. Today, Zelensky is coming to the United States to meet with Biden and Harris and Trump, begging them to let him use long-range weapons to attack Russia. Here he is over the weekend in Scranton, Pennsylvania, visiting a plant that manufactures 155 millimeter artillery shells.
signing it with a freaking Sharpie.
Yes. Now on X, he says that this very plant will be ramping up production for Ukraine. The comments alone make me want to punch a wall. For instance, this fella says, this is something I wish so many on the right would understand. The majority of the money we give to Ukraine is being used to expand capacity and production at these plants, which creates American jobs. Now, first of all, I ask you, do we want a strong economy that's based on killing people? Is that what we're agreeing to here? Second, the money we give has to be created out of debt. That so far has tanked our economy. That means that your groceries are higher. So this it pays America and makes American jobs is fairly short-sighted, given that it's tanking our economy. Don't you think? Anybody?
Yeah. Yes.
Bueller?
They don't see it for what it is.
Professor. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro signed some bombs himself. Watch him do this while Zelensky looks on like he just sold a gym membership.
He's so proud.
Yeah. Now, this is a good reminder that Democrats are the party of war. Republicans are too. We should not let them off the hook. We don't see a lot of Republicans telling the truth about this, but Democrats are leading this charge. Now, we'll see more of this week because Zelensky is in the U.S. to present his victory plan. This is just a rebranding of his peace summit that he tried to get President Biden to attend in August, and Biden ghosted that event. So now he's coming to us. Again, it's just a rebranding of his beggar campaign to continue the death in an unwinnable war. If you watch Zelensky, he's more like a social media influencer, only instead of getting brand endorsements for skincare, he gets millions of dollars in weapons. The minute he steps off the plane, in a new place, we get fancy edited videos to boost his brand, replete with music from historical dramas such as this one, as if history is happening before our very eyes.
U.S. Air Force flew him anywhere.
All right, so this piece goes on for 3 whole minutes in this vein. He is romanticizing death. Only an idiot who has swallowed propaganda would be inspired by this. Now, didn't we learn our lesson from the weapons of mass destruction propaganda? Let's all wake up, please, when we see things like this. Now, next, Zelensky goes to the UN, and again, he will meet with Vice President Harris and President Trump to make his sleazy pitch for death and pose for photos. Now, I wish both candidates would turn off the lights the way you signal that you're out of Halloween candy so that he would just go away. But Kamala Harris wants this war to continue, so she will not do so. She said so at the debates recently. Recall this.
I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now.
Okay, Justin Bureau in our chat says this channel is Russian propaganda. I would like to tell Justin to kiss my ass, because what this channel does not abide is lies that lead to war. And I am going to show you, Justin, how she is lying. Before I do that, what were you going to say, David?
I was going to say, did she just admit that she shared military secrets with a non-NATO member, another military leader?
Suppose.
I think that's what she just said. I just shared intelligence with Zelensky, so how he could protect himself. And then, of course, Trump's retort a few seconds later was, so you met with him, and then 2 days later, Russia invaded. Like, whatever you did was highly effective.
Yes. Okay. Allow me to point out how she is lying. This was not an invasion at the whim of Putin, and Putin has never expressed interest in going beyond the territory where the war currently is. Further, when she says he would give it up, I just wonder, when was it hers to give up? When was it ours in the United States to give up?
2014, when we incited a coup and installed a CIA-backed puppet government in Kiev. So they belong to us. They belong to BlackRock. They belong to Vanguard. So they belong to Kamala Harris by proxy.
Let's go back to the map.
We demand a return on our investment for that.
Right.
Exactly.
Yes, we are investing in this territory that we don't own. So let's again look at the map so that we look at what she's talking about. The territory that is dark red and dark gray are the regions that Ukraine has been attacking with NATO's help since 2014, as Clayton said, because either those people are Russian, ethnic Russians, or Russian aligned. Innocent people live there, and the Ukrainian army has attacked them in violent and unspeakable ways, killing civilians for a decade. In 2022, as attacks in that region escalated, Ukraine attacking, not Russia, supported by the U.S. and NATO's money, 5 mayors from those regions asked Russia to come in and stop it. Russian parliament voted to do that, not Putin personally. And in fact, once the Russian army had control of those places, those people voted overwhelmingly to join Russia. It was not Putin's invasion. It was not an unprovoked attack. The attack had already been started by Ukraine. Now, Kamala Harris is either not studied because she's stupid or she's lying. Why would she do that? I ask you. And why would she have the hubris to talk about giving it up? Who gave us Ukraine to give up? Whose is it to give up? The people who lived there voted. Is that not the will of the people? Or should they just go back to dying because Ukraine wants to attack them? Now she says Ukraine is still sovereign today, lol. Why is Zelensky here then? He keeps pitching war as peace, and our leaders and our media are swallowing it. Again, NATO provoked this war by sending Zelensky those weapons to keep attacking those regions. NATO is the one that wants the war to be escalated. Now, Hillary Clinton, who is also lustful for this war, told MSNBC's Rachel Maddow last week that anyone who speaks out against NATO's involvement in Ukraine against Russia, as I clearly just did, should be prosecuted.
Just as Mueller indicted a lot of Russians who were engaged in direct election interference and boosting Trump back in 2016. But I also think there are Americans who are engaged in this kind of propaganda, and whether they should be civilly or even in some cases criminally charged is something that would be a better deterrence.
Oh, bring it on, you warmongering witch! So because we talk out against NATO's. So we talk out against NATO's involvement and attacks in these regions and this provocation. And so you want to criminally prosecute those people who speak out against this treachery?
Yes, that's what she wants. So
I love how
because
she dresses like an evil empress too, like with the
I didn't
cloak.
notice. What is she wearing? Yeah, she does look a lot like Dolores Umbridge.
Emperor Palpatine.
Okay, so the context that I just provided you for the escalation of war in Ukraine, because I absolutely want it to stop. I want not another bullet sent to Ukraine. I want not another bit of support. I want the cameras to turn off and walk away from Zelensky. I do not want him to meet with any elected or unelected U.S. leader, full stop. That she wants to be prosecutable, but it is still a free country, and I still can say it. And it's clear what she wants is an escalation with Russia. Now, Russia keeps responding to this rhetoric and saying, we will back off, you back off. The United States, Europe, and NATO. Just today, Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov, I'm sure I said that wrong, I apologize, said nothing regarding this position on nuclear has changed. As previously outlined by the Russian president, we can conduct such tests, but we will not hold any, given the United States refrains from such steps regarding nuclear tests. So this is the same way my sister and I used to fight when we would hold each other's hair. Like, you let go. No, you let go. Like, literally, let go. Walk away, de-escalate. If you don't do it, we won't do it. If we had prudent leaders, we would speak directly to them, not use an idiot puppet like Zelensky, but we don't. Now, even though President Trump reiterated in the debate that the war was Putin's invasion, which is false, at least he says he's willing to broker a real negotiation between Ukraine and Russia. And RFK Jr. has admitted that we violated the Minsk agreements. So at least he has one non-liar nearby.
Well, JD Vance also overnight said basically he can go pound sand, told Zelensky, like, we don't want to see you. Zelensky fired back at JD Vance. Right. So, and JD Vance on the campaign just a few days ago said that we absolutely should not be sending Americans money and weapons into 6,000 miles away. We should be more focused on the United States of America, not sending weapons and money to Zelensky. So that's not, that hasn't made Zelensky happy.
It's the closest we get to some kind of truth and de-escalation with our vote in this war. Now, Zelensky said, well, JD Vance, he just doesn't understand it because the deeper you look at this war, the less you understand. So in other words, if you study, you don't understand my way. So he wants you to not look at the context of this war and just keep it going. So if you vote for the Democrats in this election, your vote will extend this war, extend our debt to support it, extend the death of innocent Ukrainians, and most likely eventually be a debt to send our children abroad to fight too. Not just boys, you guys, girls too, because the updated defense budget for next year does have plans to conscript women, so pay attention. Now, I absolutely do know that if you vote for Kamala Harris, you are voting for this war and probably our children in this war. I do not know if President Trump will de-escalate the war, but at least he says that he will, and the people around him seem to understand the context and be selling it to us less. So vote for Democrats if you want to die in this war and continue to tank our economy, or maybe we have a vote to end it. I don't know. You let me know what you think.
Cybercrime has become the third largest economy.
Sachs, always a pleasure. Thank you very much for your time.
Of
You're
course.
joining us from the United Nations. As usual throughout your career, you're at the intersection of great events. The President of the United States was there this morning. President Zelensky is in town. We don't know if Prime Minister Netanyahu will show or will not show on Thursday or Friday. We keep getting different signals. Is the UN an effective means for peace in the world, or with American hegemony and intransigence and British subservience and the veto in the Security Council, is it ineffective?
Well, the veto is the key point here, which is that it is the meeting place of the world. I'm here on the opening day of the high-level debate. So President Biden just spoke. President Erdogan just spoke. The King of Jordan just spoke. President Lula just spoke. So world leaders are here. They are meeting. There have been some important resolutions in recent days. One was a resolution following the decision of the International Court of Justice that Israel's occupation of the Palestinian lands is illegal. And then the General Assembly voted to take steps concretely that Israel must withdraw from those lands. But of course, this is not enforceable if it's blocked by the United States or by other powers. So there's a lot of frustration in this place today, which is that the world leaders are here. Everyone calls for peace, and peace does not occur. And diplomacy does not succeed to this point. This is the reality. And the United States, unfortunately, has been a major obstacle to peace in the Middle East, for example, where everybody, including President Biden again today, said there need to be two states, Israel and the state of Palestine. And yet when the state of Palestine was to be admitted to the UN as a member state, as the 194th member state, the United States alone vetoed it. The United States is the barrier to peace. So this is really the grim reality that we have right now, and it's a very frightening time. The war in the Middle East obviously expanded tremendously in the last 2 days with Israel's massive bombing of Lebanon, including Beirut, including the coastal areas which have not been bombed before, including more bombing today, including thousands of people in Lebanon, civilians, of course, fleeing for their lives from Israeli bombs, the possibility of an imminent ground invasion, although that's not sure, and the war in Ukraine continues to lead to threats of further escalation. Zelensky is coming to the U.S. to try to drag the U.S. into World War III. I think it's nothing short of that. And that's what he's trying to do for whatever tragic or absurd reason, because it's not the reason in the normal sense. So this is really the issue that we face. The leaders are here. Everyone talks about peace, and peace does not occur.
How was President Biden received when he either defended the Western and NATO war on Russia, or articulated the need for a two-state solution between Israel and the Palestinians?
When he said two-state solution, there was applause throughout the entire chamber. There's basically unanimity on that point, except practically Israel rejects it, which is not their right under international law. They have no veto over the right of Palestinians. And that's what the International Court of Justice also just said. So this was basically unanimously applauded. But the United States, in practice, has simply armed Israel and prevented the realization of the two-state solution. This is the most basic point. The Israeli government, which is an utterly extremist and violent government, doesn't want it. And the United States politics says, whatever you want, we're with you. Just keep sending us the bills, and we will also we'll keep shipping the money, and we'll keep shipping the bombs. That's that's the truth. When he spoke about defending Ukraine, which he did, basically in a useless language that just would mean ongoing war or escalation, I'd say about half the chamber applauded. There were applause, but it was very different. It's a divided world on that. There's a completely divided viewpoint about what's going on. My own view, of course, is that this war would end today if Biden said what he did not say, which is that NATO will not enlarge and the United States respects Russia's security interests, and Russia therefore has to respect the security interests of Ukraine. This war, in my view, and the view of John Mearsheimer and view of many of your interlocutors and guests, is a war that the U.S. largely picked very unwisely, thinking it would just roll over Russia, which was not to be, because the U.S. wanted to keep expanding its military alliance across the world, including to Russia's border. And Russia said no.
Were you surprised when President Biden was confronted with reality by the Defense Department and apparently changed his mind from the preconceived and hinted at decision to give permission to the Ukrainians to use British and American long-range missiles to strike deep into Russia? It appears that President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov's statements, which were clear and unambiguous, were taken seriously. It also appears that the Defense Department more or less big-footed the neocons in the State Department and said, we're not ready for this, Mr. President. And the president reluctantly changed his mind, even to the embarrassment of Prime Minister Starmer. Did any of that surprise you, Jeff?
Well, it was a great relief because the statements by the Russians are very clear and should be taken very seriously, which is that we must avoid escalation to nuclear war. This is the single most important fact on the planet. We must listen and not disdain when Russia or China or others say that is a red line for us because that threatens our security. And then have people like our CIA director, shamefully, by the way, say, oh, don't worry about that. He knows better, by the way. He absolutely knows better. So the fact that the United States, at least for the moment, has apparently said that it will not agree to the use of essentially U.S. technologies, tracking systems, and so forth to enable Ukraine to strike with missiles deep into Russia, we should all breathe a sigh of relief and just pray that that Biden or whoever's around him or whoever's really making these decisions understands we're not playing a game of poker with bluffing. We're talking about the survival of the world. And when a nuclear superpower on the other side, for reasons that are perfectly understandable, say, do not strike us deep into our territory, because that would be a dramatic escalation and a war directly between the U.S. and Russia, because that could only be done with the U.S. We should take that seriously, very seriously. Thank you.
At the same time, Professor Sachs, the United States is sending military equipment to the Philippines and Taiwan. Let's start with the Philippines. Why on earth are we sending missile deployment to the Philippines other than to provoke the Chinese?
Let us understand how serious this war machine of the United States is in revving up for war with China. There was just a document from the NATO for war with China by 2027. The talk like this is absolutely unbelievable, unbelievably dangerous. We should be exercising diplomacy. We should be solving problems of the South China Sea. China does not want the U.S. to impose choke points on its sea lanes in which China brings its food and energy. And we parade the fact that here are the choke lines and the U.S. Navy can choke off China and that we are preparing for war by 2027. This is a kind of madness. You know, yes, I would expect generals and admirals to have their war games because that's their business. But I would not expect the U.S. government to be allowing this kind of talk, because our business is peace and safety for the American people and for the world, and to avoid a nuclear war. And we're not doing that right now. Of course, we have an administration that has been weak all along on this point, that doesn't know how to restrain the war machine. The president himself is, you know, he's at the end of his political career. He's at the end of his administration. We don't hear from him except once in a while. Today we heard a speech that he read from the teleprompter on the podium, which, but other than that, we hear a lot of talk about war, and it's absolutely reckless and dangerous. And whenever you hear, don't worry about it, we're not going to be bluffed and so forth, please understand how absolutely irresponsible such talk is. We're not in a poker game. We're not in a game of risk. We're in a game where we need to stay out of each other's direct neighborhoods so that we do not provoke an accidental or deliberate or preemptive nuclear war.
Why do we have a fleet in the South China Sea? Could you imagine if the Chinese had a fleet in the Caribbean or off the coast of New Jersey?
Well, look, we went through this once in a very vivid way when Russia, or not Russia, let me be clear, it was the Soviet Union in 1962, decided to create such a base in Cuba. These were the tensest days in the history of the world, because the United States said that it would never accept this and prepared for World War to prevent it. I don't know what it is in the psyches of these American leaders now that they cannot think through, even it seems for 10 seconds, how we would react if things were put in our way, just like you've explained. What if China or Russia said, we'll have a military base on the Rio Grande with Mexico, or we'll revive the idea of such a base in Cuba? Would the Americans say, okay, that's fine? Or if we said, we don't like that, and the Chinese said, it's an open world, you know, it's none of your business, we would say, you know what, it is fundamentally our business. Well, Judge, when Russia says, we don't want your missiles and your military base on our 2,100 kilometer border with Ukraine, you know what we say? We literally tell them, it's none of your business. It's just between us and Ukraine. And we say that with a straight face. And either we're completely, I mean, these people are either so profoundly cynical that they're ready to risk nuclear war on us, or they're profoundly incapable of thinking for a moment about what it feels like on the other side, but they are failing to keep us safe. This is the most basic point. And the most important point in the world is a little space between the nuclear superpowers. So the United States is filled with all its excitement about defending Taiwan and arming Taiwan. There's a new several $100 million package for Taiwan, and billions going in right now. And this is all taken as normal, as if we can't imagine what it would be like if China started to arm Mexico, as I said. And I'll tell you, an absolutely absurd illustration of this. A country in the Caribbean, senior diplomat said to me that they were very upset and concerned because China wanted, you know what they wanted to do? They wanted to help build a hospital in this island. And the United States said, no way. And this country was just asking my opinion, mentioning to me, is it safe to take a hospital? Would it be prudent? We're talking about military bases all over China's rimlands, all over China's sea lanes. And we say, why are they upset? We're talking about sending vast armaments to Taiwan. And we're wondering, oh, why are they upset about that? It's unbelievable how much danger our country, our government is putting us into for no reason whatsoever.
Why does the Biden administration believe that China is the most significant challenge in U.S. history when all China wants to do is be a commercial partner with us?
Well, because this is a kind of mania of the United States that we need to be the undisputed number one. That's the point of all of this.
Everywhere,
which is that
even in China's own backyard, we must have hegemony?
Everywhere. It's the literal doctrine of the United States that we must have primacy, we must have full spectrum dominance, to use the Defense Department's terminology, in every region of the world, in East Asia, in South Asia, in Central Asia, in Eastern Europe, in Latin America, in the Caribbean, everywhere. That's the American doctrine. As if we can't be safe without being the undisputed and indisputable powerhouse of the world, and somehow every other country in the world lives without having to dominate everyone else. But for the United States, we can't even be safe unless we're doing that. But obviously, that's the paradox. If we say we're dominant everywhere, what we're doing is threatening countries everywhere. We're threatening any country that is large enough for the United States to say, you're too large. You are our threat. You are an enemy. And this is how we behave. We can't take peace for an answer, actually. We can only take subservience for an answer if the goal is to be number one and unchallenged and recognized as number one. And by the way, at a microcosm, this is exactly the Israel situation. Israel's not trying to live in peace with its neighbors. Israel is trying to pound into its neighborhood. We are the regional power. We have nuclear weapons. We can defeat you. We can bomb you. We can assassinate your leaders. We can act with impunity. You need to fear us. And what is so provoking Israel is the other side doesn't fear them. The other side's fighting them. And what Israel wants is not peace. It wants dominance, and it wants to be feared. And that's how the U.S. is on the global scale. Look at our military network. What kind of country in the world has overseas military bases in 80 countries? Hundreds of billions of dollars we're spending. And as if we don't have better things to do with that. What other country in the world? I mean, the only one that even remotely comes close to it is our teacher and mentor and predecessor in global hegemonic aspirations, which was the British Empire. Look what it got them. It's not a great way to safety.
The Defense Department ordered the movement of another 4,000 troops to the Middle East. What do you see coming in Hezbollah and Israel with respect to American involvement, Professor Sachs?
The main job of a U.S. president is to stop the war machine. If you ask any general, the answer always is escalate. We can win, Mr. President. We can win. We can dominate. That's their job. But we're supposed to have diplomats who have a very different job. Unfortunately, we have an extremely weak diplomatic side right now, almost non-existent. The war machine dominates. The president of the United States has not been strong enough to keep this in control. That's why we have raging wars in 2 zones, and likely, or I won't say likely, quite possibly, a third where we're revving up. So yes, we're sending more troops. The war is expanding. Israel has us around its finger. We can't seem to say no to Netanyahu, especially before an election. Everyone is afraid or courting the money or afraid of being seen to be not 1,000% in favor of whatever depredation Israel is committing at the moment. So this is the weakness of this administration.
Before we go to a clip of President Biden expressing what I think you will agree, and you heard him say it, is an absurd opinion on the state of affairs between Ukraine and Russia. In your comings and goings at the UN, have you picked up any hint or scuttlebutt or reliable information about whether or not Prime Minister Netanyahu will be formally charged and indicted for war crimes?
Not a word, but I have picked up a lot of movement towards the state of Palestine really becoming the path to peace, because there is a lot of diplomatic movement, despite the United States now, that we need a path to peace. The United States, everyone is hoping or surmising that when the whole world is so clear on the solution, that the United States eventually is going to come along and stop promoting war and actually get on the side of peace.
Did the Mossad commit war crimes by the use of explosive material in the walkie-talkies, cell phones, and pagers of people in Lebanon that resulted in 3,000 injuries and hundreds of deaths?
Undoubtedly, there is a convention of the United Nations against booby-trapped devices, precisely this kind of occurrence. This was a terrorist attack. Apparently, it was an attack mainly against the civilian workers of Hezbollah who use these pagers, not against the military forces, as has been discussed. I'm not sure if that's the case, but that is what I hear. People should understand, by the way, what are these injuries? The pager beeped, people looked into the pager, and then their eyes were blown out. This is one of the major injuries that came from this. The loss of the eyes from these exploding devices as people looked down at their pagers that then exploded. And it's women, it's children, it's people in the marketplace, it's health workers, it's people going about their business. This was a terrorist attack, which shows, by the way, also, because one should have a pretty high confidence that the CIA was either directly involved or knew all about it. This was not only against international law, very explicit international law on booby-trap devices, and absolutely a terrorist attack, but it shows how our supply chains absolutely are becoming suborned by Western intelligence agencies. Israel does it, the United States does it. We put our finger at China, but we're the ones doing these abuses, and Israel should be held to account for this. To account.
Do we fund? I know we're funding the IDF. Do we fund Mossad also? Is there an argument made that the American CIA or whoever dispenses these funds was involved in this genocidal act of blinding innocent civilians?
Look, we're involved with everything Israel does, and whether we're directly involved in every step. We're involved in funding the whole operation. We're involved in enabling the whole operation every single day. These are our weapons. It's our money. It's shared intelligence. It's close relations between the CIA and Mossad, very close. And in the past, because of that closeness, when there has been an effective American president, they've sometimes said, no, stop. You can't do that. When Israel, Britain, and France decided to militarily take over the Suez Canal in 1956, Eisenhower told them, no way, you stop. And there have been other occasions where a strong president says to Israel, you stop. That's actually the job of the American president, because when you, as I always keep repeating, and sorry to repeat myself, but when you have $1 trillion invested in the war machine, believe me, it's always revving. And generals always have a great idea, and American allies, like allies, so-called, they don't do me any good and you any good in security, but Ukraine and Israel and others want to use that $1 trillion war machine and then tell us, don't worry about World War III. It's just absolutely unbelievable.
Which do you think will explode first, Russia, Ukraine, or Israel versus its neighbors? By explode first, I mean dragging the U.S. in.
Of course, either of them would be completely devastating. Israel wants us to be in a war with Iran. Iran has, of course, a very close security arrangement with Russia. That's a path to World War III. Zelensky makes no bones about it. He wants NATO to be directly involved in the war. That's World War III. Take your choice. And both of these countries are equally irresponsible because they both think that they have their hand on the U.S. war machine. And again, the president of the United States has the job to say, sorry, no, you don't. We have our security interests. We don't want to get dragged into World War III. One gets a sense, by the way, that in a weak way, Biden is trying to say this. So yes, maybe he is saying, don't use our missile systems and technology to strike deep into Russia. Don't attack nuclear power plants. Maybe he's saying to Israel, as has been reported in the press in the last couple of days, don't get into a war with Hezbollah. But is it working? No, that's the question of the efficacy of the American presidency versus the lobbies, versus the endlessly stupid and ignorant war talk of members of Congress who are on the take from the military-industrial complex, or from the Israel lobby, or from whatever other lobby is pushing to use America's war machine for their narrow advantages. But this is, believe me, the time for grown-ups in this, and God help us, we better have them somewhere here.
Here's the clip of what I think you probably heard earlier this morning from President Biden at the General Assembly of the United Nations.
So, my direction, America stepped into the breach, providing massive security and economic and humanitarian assistance. Our NATO allies and partners in 50-plus nations stood up as well. But most importantly, the Ukrainian people stood up. I asked the people of this chamber to stand up for them. The good news is Putin's war has failed, and at his core aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free.
A bit absurd, isn't it, that he's still making an argument that Putin failed?
It's just a pack of lies, misstatements, misrepresentations of history. President Biden was involved when he was vice president in the overthrow of the Ukrainian government in 2014. That's the start of the war. Of course, they don't want to talk about that. The idea that Putin's war has failed or that Putin wanted to take over Ukraine is absolutely absurd for anyone that follows more than the propaganda of the US government. What Putin has wanted is that NATO not enlarge to Ukraine and that Ukraine honor the Minsk II agreement, which was negotiated between Ukraine and the regions of eastern Ukraine for autonomy for those ethnically Russian regions. Those were Putin's two demands. Those were agreed in March 2022, and then the United States stopped the agreement. So what President Biden said there is not true, period. It's a misrepresentation that has enabled a war that is bringing us closer to nuclear war. We need the truth. We need the truth. We need to understand the history. We need to understand how this war needs to end in order to be safe.
Will you be there when President Zelensky speaks?
I'm around. I'm, in the chamber and meeting delegations. So if and when he speaks, I expect to hear him.
Professor Sachs, very much appreciated. I know what your life is very busy.
Ukraine has sent 250 of their own military members to Syria to train terrorists. And you know what? Somehow the military full of neo-Nazis training terrorists seems perfectly on brand for Ukraine. Now, specifically, Ukraine has sent troops to train terrorists to use drones. Now, some may have the very legitimate question, if Ukraine is having so much trouble dealing with Russia that they barely have enough men to fight their own war, why are they sending troops to train terrorists in Syria? And to keep it simple, it's because Ukraine views Syria as another front of the same war. A source from Idlib said Ukrainians and Americans are transferring battles from Ukraine to Syria in order to open a new front against Russian forces in Syria. The report noted that more than a month ago, a number of Ukrainian intelligence officials had visited Idlib several times to coordinate and plan attacks against Russian troops. For those of you who don't know, Russia has actually been in Syria for some time now. The reason why is because they've been dealing with the interventionism of the US in the area and helping Assad and Syria fight back the terrorist organizations that the United States is training and arming. In other words, this is another escalation by Ukraine. And this isn't even the only time that they've worked with terrorists in order to try and piss off and further stretch Russia's military resources. They did the same thing and are doing the same thing in Burkina Faso. But the real question is why? Why keep extending a war you know you can't win after NATO has already denied you multiple times? So you know that you will never have NATO's full support and you're just sending your men to die in a war that you have no chance of being victorious. Do y'all want to hear my Israel theory? My personal theory is this war in Ukraine is actually not about Russia and Ukraine, but rather Israel. Right now, Ukraine has one job. That's to keep Russia's hands tied. Because if Russia's hands aren't tied, then Russia is free to retaliate in full force against Israel as it attacks Russia's allies in the region. And the only way, really, to keep Russia from just mollywopping Ukraine and wiping them off the face of the planet is to keep opening up separate fronts in separate countries so that maybe you can't win, but you can annoy the hell out of them, and they know Putin strategically is smart enough to not overextend himself, which is more than we could say about the United States. And given what we know about Israel, NATO, and the United States, none of them have any problem sacrificing as many Ukrainian men and young men as necessary to achieve Israel's in NATO's goals. We're basically figuring out just to what degree Ukraine has become a puppet of NATO and Israel. Because from the naked eye, nothing they do seems to make sense strategically. They're sacrificing resources and manpower they don't have in countries they have no business being in. But the reality is, they're just following marching orders, regardless of how many Ukrainian men have to die in order to satisfy the goals of NATO and Israel.
Well, speaking of another country in the Caribbean, Latin America region, where they never stop interfering, in every possible way, waging dirty wars, anything you can think of, that's Haiti. We want to turn to Haiti now, and we are very honored to be joined once again on the show by Dr. Jemima Pierre, who's a professor of global race at the Institute of Race, Gender, Sexuality, and Social Justice at the University of British Columbia, and also a member of Black Alliance for Peace. Jemima, as always, thank you so much for being with us here on the show.
Thanks so much for having me.
Well, great to have you. I think the last time we talked about this on the show was just before the occupation began, and you predicted that this occupation of Haiti being carried out by Kenya and others at the behest of the United States and the core group would not bring anything positive to the Haitian people. Correct me if you think I'm wrong here, but it seems that your prediction was correct, that this has been a debacle and it has not improved the situation for Haitians on the ground.
Not at all. It's been embarrassing for the U.S. and they're trying to make it seem like something's happening, that the Kenyan forces, military police forces that are there are doing something. But the reality is, all we've had from CNN are puff pieces about, a catering service from Georgia, the country of Georgia, feeding them, so they live in a tent. They're on, Haitians are saying that they're basically on vacation, hanging out in these big tents. And when they do go out on patrols, they hide behind the Haitian police, who are getting paid, by the way, 10 times less. I think Haitian police get about $250 a month, and these Kenyans are getting thousands. And so there's already a discrepancy and a lot of resentment of the fact that these Kenyan police are afraid. They don't do anything. At one point, they were guarding the U.S. embassy when they first got there. And so part of that is, you have to wonder what it is that you have 400 police. They're not even 400. They're saying the numbers are lower, about 380. And then just last week, the U.S. on a U.S. plane, a Coast Guard plane, brought in 25, I think, Jamaican and Belizean police to be part of this force. And so it's a farce. Anthony Blinken was in Haiti about 10 days ago, lying about how great this MSS, the multinational mission, is doing, and saying that it helped open the airport, which is a lie, because we saw actually before the Kenyan forces came that Jackie Charles, the Miami Herald reporter, was walking through the Haiti airport with U.S. Special Forces. And so Haitians know they're lying, that they haven't done anything. If anything, a lot of the armed groups have actually spread out to other places, and they're acting, almost, tempting them to come after them, tempting the Kenyans to go after them. So it's been a complete farce.
I'm curious, not to center the U.S. so much here, but the U.S. is responsible for so much destruction in Haiti. But the issue of Haitian immigrants specifically has become a national headline in this presidential race between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And what's interesting about that, the racism in it from, frankly, both parties, is how the actual issues affecting the country of Haiti are completely absent from the way that's covered. So I'm just curious your thoughts as we've seen this issue of Haitian immigrants sort of in the national media while ignoring what's being done to Haiti at the moment.
Yes. I think, what's interesting to me is to say that it is not only J.D. Vance and the Republican Trump and that are racist when it comes to Haiti. The entire U.S. media apparatus, U.S. imperialism is racism. And so, yes, we can talk about, Donald Trump saying Haitians eat pets, but then, what's more racist than thinking that Haitians can't run themselves, that you have to actually control them and occupy them? What's more racist than sending foreign military to invade and occupy a country? What's more racist than Joe Biden's deportation policies, which is worse than two terms of Obama, who's considered deporter-in-chief, and worse than Trump's term? And the fact that there's still deportation planes going back to Haiti by the Biden administration. Let's remember last year what happened when the Texas Rangers were whipping Haitian migrants at the Texas-Mexico border under the Biden administration. This 2 years ago, sorry. Let's remember that all this happened under the Biden administration. So of course, we can talk about racism, but the racism is not unique to the Republicans. Also, the racism goes a long way. I don't know if people remember, I'm old enough to remember being called dirty boat people. I remember, this is in the 80s. I remember in the 90s when the CDC said the Haitians were HIV and AIDS carriers. And so they had the four H's, the hemophiliacs, Haitians was the only ethnic group that they said. And then being kids, we couldn't even donate blood because they said our blood was tainted. I remember that's how you had the U.S. use Guantanamo Bay for Haitian asylum seekers without due process and keeping them in this open air prison because they thought Haiti was were HIV holders. I remember, saying, Pat, what's his name, the Christian minister, saying that it's because of voodoo that the 2010 earthquake happened. And we remember for the past 3 years, the Western media, the same media that's basically going crazy saying, oh, this is a lie about Haitians. It's the same media that said Haiti is nothing but a bunch of gangs and cannibals, right? Up until this past spring, they were calling Haitians cannibals. And so it's the Western media that opened up this space, that created this space for people to believe any crazy racist stereotype about Haiti, because they've been presenting us as if we're nothing but gangs, as if all we do is cause violence, as if we can't rule ourselves.
I'm so glad you brought up the role of the media, because there's a recent Washington Post editorial about, what should happen in Haiti. It's interesting that, they're the authorities. Yes. And one of the things they noted is they were talking about, because, this is the so-called transitional government, and there's supposed to be, elections in 2026, but they said that was too soon. And to connect a couple issues, I thought it was interesting because at the same time, we're also seeing, the prime minister, Kony, say he wants to double the size of the military. So as much as we're being told that this is, facilitating democracy in Haiti, I mean, it feels to me that the undercurrent here is preparing a real sort of dictatorship style solution, as actually Michel Martelly said a long time ago, the Fujimori solution for Haiti. I mean, it really feels like behind the rhetoric, that's a lot of what's happening here.
Yes, definitely. I just found out, for example, a few days ago that Conil, the prime minister, that, by the way, none of these people who are calling themselves the government of Haiti have been elected. The U.S. handpicked who would be part of the so-called transitional government, and they made the deal in a hotel room in Jamaica. And so let's remember that. But the other thing I just found out was that Cornel's father was a minister in the Duvalier dictatorship. He's a right-wing, so just remember, he served under the even though he had problems with Martelly, but he served under that government. Right. So he's very much linked to the Duvalier dictatorship, including his in-laws, Marc Bazin, the World Bank autocrat that the U.S. tried to put against Aristide in the 1989 elections. And so let's see who's running Haiti. The Presidential Council has, a majority of the former party, the same old political people, the PHTK, they're in there. And so what the U.S. wants is a permanent military presence. And so Kony, who has no votes whatsoever, who's a long-term UN person that the U.S. put in, and that has agreed to everything down to abstaining on a vote in the UN yesterday against the vote calling for Israel to stop its occupation of Palestine. Real Haitians would never do that. but that's the use of Haiti. And the other thing, let's remember the U.S. because of the U.S. they've destroyed about 500 houses around the airport. They said that was to support the security mission, right? So my sense is the U.S. is trying to keep a permanent military presence there, and it's trying to use the UN as cover. And this mission is for cover because, these Kenyans are just warm bodies for a larger foreign occupation. We have to remember that the U.S. wanted to have that there to keep it there. And so they're going to say we're running elections as they occupy the country. And they brought in all these puppets to run this government, including the Minister of Foreign Affairs who's, who doesn't really know what's going on. Her first thing when she first got in was like, we don't need reparations for France. And now she's changing tune. But these are the people that the U.S. has put in charge. That to me is racist. Like this idea that Haitians, we are the first free republic in the hemisphere, freer than the U.S. We've been around for 220 years, and you have the nerve to tell us that it's not time yet for us to have sovereignty when you strip and steal and snuff it out of us behind your military and your control of the media and the international apparatuses. So this is the U.S. And until we realize that all these things are related, the fact that the U.S. can get Haiti to vote against Palestine, the fact that the U.S. can get Haiti to open up its doors for these foreign invaders to come and steal and strip our sovereignty and steal our resources, until we see that the biggest gangsters is the U.S., we're not going to actually be able to solve what's going on in the world and in the region.
No, I think that's an incredibly good point, and I think this is something that we're going to have to continue to watch very closely because obviously UN General Assembly Week is next week. One just really quick thing I want to ask you before we let you go here. What is behind, you think, these sanctions on Martelly? Because, I mean, obviously he was such a creation of the Clintons and the Americans, and he was the golden boy of the United States. Now they're trying to, say he's a drug trafficker and all these negative things, which maybe he is. But what do you think is behind the switch there?
I think the U.S. knows that Martelly controls the armed groups in Haiti. The elite control the armed groups in Haiti. And I think, that's what people are saying, that he let them get too much out of control. And I think this is a warning. These sanctions that they put on Martelly are he doesn't lose his property. He just can't travel. So these are very light, for somebody who's behind drugs and armed groups, this is the lightest sanctions placed on this man because he's the U.S.'s boy and they're going to hold on to him. And they had to do the sanctions. I think they're just trying to give him a lesson so that he can reel in the gangs that he controls because he's the one that controls. Martelly has a lot more power than people think in Haiti. His political party is still in control, still has power in Haiti, and the U.S. is still using them. Right. And the U.S. still supports Martelly. Don't believe anything you hear. And I also want to say the U.S. is going to try to turn this mission, so-called mission, multinational mission, into a full UN occupation force. In fact, Haiti Liberté found the document, the draft resolution, which was co-written with Ecuador, to turn this mission into a full UN occupation, which is a Minister 2.0 into Haiti. So we have to, and they're meeting on Haiti September 30th. So we have to keep track of that. We have to pay attention because what they're going to do is use the UN because it's cheaper for the US to use foreign soldiers, but for its own foreign policy objectives in the region.
Well, having Ecuador involved, that's ominous given the role they played in the 90s. Well, so many things we're going to have.
Go figure. Follow me.